Good morning. Welcome to this 10th Elcano Forum on Global Terrorism. I would like to start by thanking Lucia Sala, who's the General Manager of the Ortega Marañón Foundation, for her hospitality once again, for welcoming us in this wonderful room, and everyone for their attendance. Global terrorism is one of the key axes for analysis and research of the Royal Institute Elcano in their annual program. It's no doubt something which, unfortunately, we are very familiar with the impact it has, not only in the countries suffering it and the countries that have these trends, but also in liberal democracies with the attacks and the induced effects that the existence of terrorism and fear generates in our societies. And Elcano, for over 10 years now, has been focusing on researching this area. I would like to greet, first of all, Fernando, who's been our principal investigator for many years now. I'd like to welcome him. I would like to welcome Carola, who from now on is going to be the principal investigator at Elcano on terrorism affairs and matters. With me is Abel Vecino, the legal attaché of the Embassy of the United States here in Madrid. And also with me is Manuel Navarrete. Manuel Navarrete is the director of the Intelligence Center for Counterterrorism and Organized Crime. Today's session, this first session that I have the pleasure of moderating, will try to analyze the problem of terrorism, the new dimension of terrorism, the new generation of terrorism, international jihadist, and its origin. And we're going to be doing this with these two excellent speakers we have here today. It's not necessary for me to go into great detail about the issues and impact of terrorism. I think you're very familiar with them, but probably it would be interesting to analyze that new phase that is now beginning with jihadist terrorism as a result of the past 10 years that have elapsed of the third phase of jihadism in the Middle East, with the appearance of the Islamist State and its military defeat. Yet 10 years later, we still have a latent terrorism problem. The problem is there. It's a threat for our societies and our coexistence, and that's what we're going to try to explain here today. And with a further aspect, which is the generation of different levers that can reactivate this terrorism and impact on Western democracies and the Middle East, of course, as a result of the terrorist attacks of Hamas in Israel, in Gaza Strip last month, and what is currently happening at the Gaza Strip with the attack of the Israeli army on the Gaza Strip and the images that we're all watching in terror. This is one of the issues that will probably be discussed during this morning, and it's one of the topics which no doubt will be in our agenda. Terrorism is one of the pillars of collaboration in Spain between the Royal Institute Elcano and the Embassy of the United States. We've been holding this seminar for many years now. We believe it's a collaboration and cooperation that is absolutely extraordinary, very fruitful. We're going to continue pushing this. And we want to thank the Embassy of the United States for allowing us to continue providing resources to analyze this topic. And with no further ado, I would like to give the floor to Abel Vecino, who, for a brief introduction, and then we will listen to Manuel Navarrete, who, as I said, is the director of the Intelligence Center for Counterterrorism and Organized Crime, reporting to the Secretary of State for Security and the Ministry of the Interior. Thank you very much, Jose Juan and Lucia. Thank you so much for having me here at this beautiful venue and this lovely auditorium that's been refurbished, and it's so lovely. And to be able to share a stage with General Navarrete and Director of CITCO is an absolute honor for me. As Jose Juan said, my name is Abel Vecino, and I'm the legal attaché at the U.S. Embassy and senior representative to Spain of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, the lead investigative agency on terrorism for the U.S. government. It's an honor to be here again, once again, to celebrate with Elcano Royal Institute the 10th anniversary of this important forum of common interest. I would like to thank the Fundación Ortega Marañón for serving as host this year, as well as the Ministry of the Interior for its continued support. 10 years ago, when this conference first began in Spain, the United States and the global community faced a very different terrorist threat landscape and soon would embark on a decade-defining battle against ISIS. That fight continues today in new forms, but our successful territorial defeat of ISIS in Iraq and Syria was only possible through the sustained cooperation and commitment of allies and partners and the strength of extraordinary military and diplomatic coalition that now has over 85 nations. This is the level of cooperation it takes to beat back terrorism. And that's why conferences like these are so important to our counter-terrorism effort. Convening experts from different regions and disciplines to share ideas and information, examine what works, and identify ways to strengthen our cooperation is critical to our success. The theme of this year's conference, Global Terrorism's New Phase, Threat Trends, is important because terrorist organizations constantly evolve, change tactics, use new tools, and innovate. Even as old threats persist, new threats emerge. Last month's devastating attacks in Israel by Hamas remind us that terrorist actors are still very intent on using violence and brutality to spread their ideologies. To quote U.S. Secretary of State Blinken, it is the aim of terrorists to sow chaos, to destroy hope, to destroy lives, and through human despair, grow their ranks. We cannot and we will not let them succeed. We will continue to work with allies and partners around the world to counter Hamas and other deadly terrorist organizations. For us to succeed, we must continually adapt. We know our adversaries are exploiting new technologies like artificial intelligence to enhance their recruitment methods and strengthen their foreign language propaganda. As democratic nations, we must manage the risk and harness the benefits of AI and work together to do so in a way that is transparent and respectful of the privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties of our citizens. We know no one country can manage this challenge and other emerging threats alone, which is why enhanced cooperation and information sharing is so critical. Within Spain, the FBI has robust information sharing agreements with Spain's law enforcement services, including the Guardia Civil's Jefatura de Información, the Cuerpo Nacional de la Policía General Comisaria General de Información, and CITCO. These agreements allow us to better protect our citizens and interests, as was demonstrated in January this year with the assistance of FBI-provided information. The Spanish National Police and Civil Guard arrested a Spanish national in Girona intent on carrying out a terrorist attack. Additionally, we know that terrorism is a symptom of longer-term governance problems. That's why in regions like the Sahel, the U.S. government is working closely with Spain to foster democracy, sustainable development, and stability. Exactly a month ago, the U.S.-Spain Working Group on the Sahel held the first of what will be regular meetings to enhance collaboration in support of democratic institutions, humanitarian and development needs, and increasing local capacity to combat terrorism. To close, I'd like to underscore that these successes are the result of a U.S.-Spain counterterrorism partnership that is stronger than ever and is continually reinforced by daily interaction and people-to-people connections. I hope throughout the course of the day we can strengthen those connections and learn from each other. I look forward to hearing from our expert panels, and I am pleased that this year our embassy was able to sponsor the participation of Catherine Zimmerman, a fellow at the American Enterprise Institute on the global Salafi Jihadi movement and counterterrorism. Thank you all for being here today and for your commitment to understanding and fighting terrorism. Thank you very much, Abel. As we anticipated during the session, we have this opening session, and then there will be two different round tables where we'll be able to learn from the expertise of the United States. I would like to now give the floor to Manuel Navarrete for his keynote speech, and then we'll have a brief Q&A.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Well, I want to add to what my friend Abel said, and I would like to thank the Fundación Ortega to allow us to undertake this 10th edition of the forum, the American Embassy, the Elcano Institute, and all of you who are here in front of us and in the back are making this happen, such as Carola and everyone who are helping us so much to define and better face our fight against terrorism. Thank you very much, and well, I'm delighted to spend these few minutes with you throughout this morning. This forum always offers us an opportunity to share and discuss terrorism, learned lessons, and to share knowledge. This is a consolidated space, which is one of the most relevant ones in our country. It is the 10th edition for a reason, after all. And actually, next year, we're turning 10 as well, so we'll do something to celebrate our 10th anniversary. And in our experience, fighting terrorism in our country is that we must never lower our guard, and we're not lowering our guard. This forum, as of today, is very important because terrorism, as we all know, has a sawtooth profile, is once again in the political scene because of the attack that took place in Israel a few weeks ago at the hands of Hamas. But it's always been there, and we have to remain ever vigilant without ever lowering our guards. And this is something we have to fight. In this line, we have the Ministry of the Interior's policies and our security systems and the missions that FETG orders. And before I can start sharing with all of you where we're going, what it is that worries us most, I think that it's always important to talk about the victims of terrorism. Spain is one of the countries that suffer the most. Not only Spain, of course, but we still see the suffering of other countries, and This is always important for us when we fight terrorism. Victims of terrorism are always an ethical and moral referent, a role model. As I said, I'm incredibly honored to play a role in this 10th edition of the Elcano Forum on Global Terrorism, and I do this from this belief: terrorist violence as we see it is a complex, ever-shifting aspect that affects directly all of society and the state. So it requires an integral response, which is why beyond what our security bodies' responses, the rule of law, we obviously need the implication of civil society. Civil society has to play a role, and this is something we do with all and for all of you, and especially within academia. Research as the ones that this wonderful Real Elcano Institute undertakes, from the security and the FETG. We are bolstering at all times, as much as we can, these exchanges of information, these enrichment which benefits all of us and which leads us to thinking deeper about these issues. And of course, when it comes to academic research, the Real Instituto Elcano, the Royal Institute, is one of our key collaborators. I didn't want to let the opportunity pass me, and I want to thank you. Focusing more on the issue that brings us today, the new phase of global terrorism, the trends of our threats, we can say that as of now, it's very currently, terrorist threats are being projected over Europe, the Western world, and Spain, based on two catalysts to radicalization: extremism and, of course, in turn, violence, and which terrorist organizations can capitalize both at an individual and a collective level. I'm talking, of course, about the latest public acts where people burned Qurans, and which have taken place in many European countries. And of course, as I mentioned at the beginning, the Middle Eastern conflict, especially after the terrorist attack Israel suffered at the hands of Hamas. This can call to sorority with the Palestine cause and lead to anti-Semitism, and these are actually the basis for terrorist propaganda. It's always opportunistic, and which can lead to an increase in the terrorism threat embodied by Daesh and Al-Qaeda, who are the key actors. These actors mobilize action in order to capitalize this victimization feeling of grievance in their communities and extending it to the whole Muslim community. As of today, Daesh and Al-Qaeda keep on fighting to extend and recover their power wherever they are present, and Africa is one of the areas which is most at risk, especially in the Sahel, where the security situation in Niger, Burkina Faso, or Mali is becoming more and more worrisome. We can't stop analyzing events in Middle East and the Near East, both what's happening in the Syrian and Iraqi area, as well as Afghanistan. The evolution of these actors and global acts and the trends in Western society are matters on which we are focusing on in our current Foro Elcano Forum. As of today, jihadist terrorism is still the most important threat for all member states. However, violence is a complex, ever-shifting situation, so we also have to bear in mind emerging and diverse risks. So, for example, we have to take into account violent extremism, so all radical anti-system, everything rooted in racist, xenophobic speech or hate speech, which are becoming more and more radicalized and which are continuously evolving. And they are becoming more virulent, both physically as well as through social media. All of this dotted with opportunistic campaigns taking advantage of social situation and current politics. This is proof of terrorist threats being a front of action, is that throughout 2022, there are 28 attacks in the European Union with different results in which 4 people were killed. We arrested 380 people for terrorist acts, most of these being jihadi acts. Out of all the activities we've undertaken, propaganda spread online and potential radicalization is still an impact vector. Terrorist organizations actually target those who are most vulnerable with their narratives, especially focusing on youths and minors. We also have to take into account possible repercussions that the Russian war of aggression can have, which indirectly can influence our terrorist threat situation. The European Union, we're monitoring these actions, which can in some way be connected to this increase in a lack of security. Which is why our fight against terrorism and radicalization is one of the most important aspects for the European Union and the European Union Council presidency. So we're focusing our efforts on the fight on terrorism as well as violent extremisms, no matter their political affiliation, which come from polarized societies in Europe and which sometimes, in extreme cases, can entail a risk to our democratic systems and civil life. As of today, we're fostering several measures, among which we can count our fight against terrorism funding, the approximation of criteria to fight internet abuses on online content, control management of explosives, new technological challenges, as well as tackling the threats we mentioned earlier, which can come from priority areas such as Sahel, Northern Africa, in the external area of this fight, and the Ukraine area in the fight of fighting NRBQ substances and weapons. All of this with the potential implications of the Middle Eastern conflict in the Middle Orient can have on our security. The role Spain plays in fighting terrorism has proven that we have to make a continuous effort and long-term effort, which of course entails political will and the application of police, legal, and social measures with a firm hand. Beyond these tools, these legal and operational tools we have at our disposal, which we've taken advantage of in the last couple of years, we must focus on priority matters. From our ministry, we want to underscore preventive measures and fight against radicalization and funding and promoting de-radicalization programs. We want to listen to the threat of foreign terrorist combatants, most of which have gone back to combat zones, radicalized people who have fought in conflicts and who are at risk. We also want to underscore the improvement of public spaces, protection and transport, which have been terrorist targets more than once. As I mentioned as well, we have been pioneers in the implementation of handbook to prevent the dissemination of terrorist materials and propaganda online by collaborating both with Europol and the United States. And of course, we have to keep on diving deeper in intelligence and information exchanges, which is why we're updating our information. As of now in 2019, we expect this update will be ready before the end of 2023. A continuous analysis of terrorist threats at all security levels allows us to offer them a maximum level of security and under a threat level, a threat level 4, which is why we're fighting with all security forces and intelligence forces, and we're focusing on reinforcing measures when incidents require it. So, as proof, yesterday we gauged threats by the Ministry of the Interior, where we decide to reinforce certain security measures when facing the consequences of the Hamas attack in Israel. Fighting radicalization is another one of our work axes, which is why in 2020 we created the National Strategic Plan to fight violent radicalization, which we are developing now, as well as against terrorism funding, and especially when collaborating with penitentiary, penal institutions, and the post-penal system to detect and following up and preventing the activities of radicalized people in the penal environment or after their penal situation or when they're in conditional liberty. Out of this, in 2022, we have to underscore that the activities of security forces against indoctrination and training cells, as well as those devoted to getting rid of funding and radicalization cells, in 2022, always under the supervision and watchful eye of the Audiencia Nacional, we arrested 46 people for national terrorism. In 2023, we have kept on taking advantage of these activities, always with the help of judges from the Audiencia Nacional. I will wrap up by focusing on two key ideas. We follow up on violent terrorism, which is still a threat, and for all of our partners, this is a threat which fortunately has rarely finished as violent attacks, and thanks to the wonderful job of our security forces, national police, judges, prosecutors, and guardias civiles. So we are doing our best to offer the best possible security to everyone. No country is exempt of this risk. We aren't exempt. This is a shared threat which requires coordinated efforts, and that is what we're doing, hand in hand with our allies, with our international allies, by coordinating at a national level, improving our resources with new strategic designs that allow for efficient prevention when it comes to radicalization, and of course, by working hand in hand with academia and civil society. This is a strong action for those who want to rupture our democratic life. And I expect you, and I hope you will enjoy and take advantage of the wonderful people I have here. And I want to thank the organization, the Elcano Forum, for their time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, General. Thank you very much, Manuel Navarrete, for this wonderful presentation. Double thanks, first of all, for all the work you do and protection behind all these activities that you've been describing and the protection of Spanish society, and also for your clarity and breadth of your efforts and the collaboration with allied countries, and for continuing to highlight the memory of the victims as you did at the very beginning, and the presence and continued work to ensure we guarantee this protection and security. We will be waiting to hear with great interest about this new strategy that you've described, and we'll be delighted to be able to discuss this in public as you've requested, with the support of academia and the Royal Institute Elcano, based on figures and evidence, which is what makes knowledge advance, and therefore also the security. As I mentioned previously, there are going to be two different panels. Now, when this session ends, the first one is going to be moderated by Fernando Reinares, our launched the terrorism program at the Elcano. Then we're going to be talking about the evolving actors and the worldwide scenarios. And with us, we'll be having Catherine Zimmerman, who's a fellow from the American Enterprise Institute, Hugo Micheron, associate professor at Sciences Po, and Beatriz Mesa, associate professor and researcher from Rabat, Morocco. The next panel, we need to focus on the threats for Western societies, Francesco Marrone, Manuel Torres, and this will be chaired by Carola Garcia Calvo. And we'll also have Joana de Deus Pereira from RUSI Europe and Belgium. And then there will be a closing session with conclusions by our third analyst of Real Instituto Elcano, who's sitting here in front. And we thank him so much, and Carola and the whole team, for the effort they've made to organize this conference. And I would like to once again stress our gratitude to the Fundación Ortega Marañón, represented here by Lucia Sala. So this is the end of the introduction to the seminar, and I would like to ask Fernando to come up to chair the first panel. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lucia.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, everyone, for being here at this event, and in particular, this panel. I'm very grateful to the Institute Elcano, the Royal Institute Elcano, and the Foundation Ortega Marañón for allowing me to be here today. Although what they've said so kindly, the president of the Royal Institute Elcano, I still feel that I'm the president. I'm old, but I'm not retired. But life circumstances force me to restrict my activities. But I feel a part of it very much. And I would like to take this opportunity to let you know that precisely the latest big project that we had to temporarily interrupt, we've taken it up again, and it's going to be bearing fruit very soon. It's a project based on something that the Royal Institute Elcano included in its program on global terrorism. And we hadn't been able to work on it previously, but we have now been working on many different documents and police reports and court rulings and so forth. And now we're analyzing in depth significant number, almost 40 interviews in depth of jihadists in prison. And we've been able to look at these, taking advantage of a window of opportunity that was unique, at least in the last 50 years. I think this is going to provide significant advances in the understanding of this phenomena based on personal testimonies that always match on aggregate data studies, which take certain theories for granted and certain assessments that in reality prove not to be the case. So we're currently in a new phase of this phenomenon of global jihadism and global terrorism associated to global jihadism. And what we are facing, far from being something that has weakened or is being reduced, it's actually a divided phenomenon, but it's definitely more complex and more widespread than previously ever. And on the other hand, never before have we seen global jihadism and its terrorist expression so extraordinarily interrelated to the big phenomena affecting humanity at the moment: climate change, the fight for water, wars, migrations, and so on. So if after 9/11 and the fall of the Afghan terrorist group and the false belief that Al-Qaeda had disappeared and it was just independent cells or lone actors, reality has proven that that is quite the opposite. And towards 2011, we had the same fallacy in place where in the understanding or perception or outer perception of this phenomenon after bin Laden was beaten and anti-governmental movements of the so-called Arab Spring took place, there was the feeling that Al-Qaeda had now been vanquished and therefore this was the definite fall of international jihadism. But reality has proven that we're very far from that. We have witnessed an unprecedented jihadist activity since 2019. Now we're still experiencing, to a good extent, the corollaries of all those movements around the world in general, and the Islamic world in general, and also within Western Europe. Interestingly enough, Spain is one of the countries that have been affected by the main features of these last three waves. During the second wave, when the focus was there in Afghanistan and Pakistan, we suffered the attacks of the 11th of March in Madrid by a network of at least 27 members connected to the command of Al-Qaeda in Pakistan through a Moroccan citizen who had been residing for a long time in Spain. And at that time, was in charge of the external operations of Al-Qaeda. In those years, the terrorists involved in these kind of jihadist activities were, above all, immigrants, first-generation immigrants, all except for one of the 11th of March network were first-generation immigrants. There was only one that was second-generation, and even so questionable because he had been brought to Spain by his parents when he was 10 or 11 years old. So the third phase of this phenomenon then is after the war in Syria began. Spain was seriously affected with the attacks in Barcelona and Cambrils, but it was an extraordinary change that had already occurred in the phenomenon in Spain. In the case of the Ripoll cell, all except one of the members were second generation. I'm not going to say second generation immigrants, that wouldn't be correct, but they were descendants of first generation immigrants, but who had grown up or been raised in Spain. And then this third phase of the phenomenon we've seen because of the arrests and the counter-terrorist activities in Spain, how these different foci have spread in some unthinkable ways. And at the same time, we've experienced some of the typical expressions, but not at all exclusive, such as, for example, the attacks caused by lone perpetrators, but not directly connected to jihadist associations, as is often the case in these situations. These are individuals who, not just because they're radicalized, doesn't mean they're not suffering mental health problems, which we've seen in the case in Spain of the attack in Algeciras, but similar to other cases that have occurred in other attacks in Europe. And to address the development of this phenomenon in this new phase, let's call it the phase after the experience of the caliphate, we have with us three prominent experts on this matter. First of all, we will be listening to Catherine Zimmerman, who is a fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. This is the second time she's collaborating with us. We're very happy to have her here with us. And we're going to ask her to provide the American perspective, the American assessment from the U.S. view of how this threat is evolving as far as scenarios, players, strategies. Secondly, we have with us as well Hugo Micheron. It's the first time he's participating at the Elcano Forum, so we welcome him very warmly. And today, we can already say he's received many awards in the world of academia, and he's going to help us understand a little bit better the complexities in the Middle East in relation to the threats. And then, of course, we couldn't possibly miss a vision that talk about our backyard, about Sahel and beyond Sahel, and having a Spanish voice to talk about this is a real privilege for us. So Beatriz, thank you very, very much as well for being here today. She is located in Rabat in Morocco, and as a member of the International University of Rabat, and she's very kindly agreed to share this panel with us. So with no further ado, Catherine, how do you see from the United States the threat of global terrorism or other terrorisms as well, the main areas of focus, their main strategies, and to what extent is this comparable to the same perspective Europeans have of this situation?
So wonderful to be back here and to actually be here in person this time. I also need to thank the U.S. Embassy for helping me get here. I got off a flight this morning, so apologies if I'm a little bit tired. But the American perspective on the global terrorism threat is that it's essentially at a level now that the United States can manage. We've shifted away from this focus on counterterrorism from Afghanistan, as you well know. The U.S. is trying to get out of Iraq and Syria, which will wait to be seen. We are reducing commitments in parts of Africa. And the idea is now that the transnational threat to the United States is much lower than it's been before, that our institutions and infrastructure that we've developed for national security are able to catch the threats as they manifest. And fundamentally, the fact that many of the Al-Qaeda and Islamic State groups globally have really focused on local fights and are involved in these insurgencies rather than continuing to directly threaten the United States means that there is not the justification to continue to devote the resources that the U.S. has done for the past 20-odd years. I think the other major shift, of course, is the United States has been trying to focus on the threat from China, the rising threat from China, and to devote its resources there. And of course, as we well know, that's been challenged by the reality of the days, whether that's the war in Ukraine or now what's happening in Gaza. But we can continue to ensure that our resourcing decisions are oriented on what we're calling kind of the new reality of the geostrategic competition with China, rather than focusing on this continual management of security issues. So what does that actually mean? That means that the U.S. is committing less to places where we've had actually very robust partnerships before. And as a researcher, I've heard some of our partners complain because they still see the threat the same in their country, where the groups are not yet defeated, where in the Sahel, for example, right, they're strengthening phenomenally. But the United States has decided that it's going to draw down resources, both in terms of security assistance, so the military training programs that we're running, but also our presence has really been reduced in that area. And that's driven both in part because our embassy officials and personnel aren't able to get around the country to do their jobs because of the security challenges, but also because we're, again, looking to staff up in different places. So I think that there is this major shift in the United States away from terrorism, and I can see that in the think tank world as well, right? Our research funding has gone down, to really address this China threat, which, right, as a researcher, it's short-sighted. When you talk to terrorism officials in the United States, yes, they recognize that there is an ongoing persistent threat from Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State and them inspiring attacks within the US homeland. But the discourse has really shifted to what we call the REMV threat, the racially and ethnically motivated violent extremism threat. So this is right-wing extremism and primarily right-wing extremism at this point. But kind of the attacks that we're seeing in the United States, so against minority groups or different individuals rather than against the United States or Americans writ large. I think the other big shift is this recognition that 22 years of counterterrorism pressure on Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State has meant that we've really degraded their ability to pull together a complex attack like 9/11. I am hoping that the Hamas attack causes some reconsideration of what that looks like. But if you were to examine the threats to the United States from terrorism, over the past decade, there's an interesting paradox whereby there is rising complexity in the available commercial technology to conduct attacks, where you can now buy a drone off the shelf and manipulate its technology to deliver some sort of bomb or chemical weapon. But rather than seeing the pursuit of those complicated attacks, the type of terrorist threat that the United States faces is very simple. Shootings being the main one, but also kind of the knife attacks and the use of vehicles as a weapon, which shows the kind of shift to this low-grade technology. And in part, I think that's because actually our intelligence services are able to pick up on some of the shifts to complex attacks. I'm happy to go into it more, but I would much rather hear from our researchers.
Muchas gracias, Catherine. Desde luego
Thank you very much, Catherine, for, well, the US's latest experience is very different from most European countries. It can be more similar to that of others, but in any case, in Europe overall, we haven't left behind the threat of this terrorism that is morally and utilitarianly justified by violent Salafism. But this is still the main vector, not the only threat vector, mind you, but the main one. Ugo, if possible, I would like to know what's your personal outlook as an academic from a very important French university, and also as a Frenchman, a citizen of a country that's had a very strong colonial presence in Northern Africa and the Middle East. How do you envision the evolution of this phenomenon and that broad region and its specific nuances and connotations for France, if you could please explain?
Fernando, thank you all for being here. I'm delighted. It's my first time in the institute, so it's a delight to be here. I'll answer to your question by looking at France, but actually at Europe, because most of my work and research have been actually conducted on how there is a European pattern when it comes to jihadism, and that's the problem and sort of the mismatch is actually that we are considering the situation in Spain, in France, in the UK, in Germany, but actually we are missing the point because the networks have been building over the last 3 decades as a European sort of dynamics. So for instance, my latest work, which is a sort of a history of European jihadism, I'm focusing on how come jihadism has spread to Europe, to the extent that there were 6,000 Europeans joining ISIS in the last decade, compared to a few dozens of known jihadists in Europe in the 1990s. So this question might sound a little bit basic, but actually, if you are considering it, then you need to ask, what's jihadism outside of terrorism? Terrorism is a byproduct of jihadism. It's the consequences. To put it differently, it's a mean. It's not the ends that they are pursuing. So it also means that if jihadism is just a side effect, a very big one with dramatic impact on political on the political life in Europe, there is something more than that. And my point is, this is what we have been unable to address, the political dimension of jihadism. So if we want to explain how a few dozens of jihadists were veterans from Afghanistan or for the Algerian GIA ended up spreading their ideology in Europe to the extent that 6,000 Europeans joined ISIS, we need to actually not focus on the flow period, which means on the attacks when they are carried out, but what's happening between two attacks, the HEP period. And this is exactly where we are, I think, lagging behind at the moment, because since 2020, since the destruction of ISIS as a territory in Syria and Iraq, or as a so-called caliphate, as they put it, we tend to reproduce the same shortcomings in analysis, the evolution of the threat, because we're focusing on the terrorist threat, and we're not looking at the political threat, and we're not looking at what jihadists might do outside of attacking. And you've mentioned it, every decade we are sort of duplicating again and again the same sort of analysis that ISIS is gone, therefore jihadist threat is gone, or Al-Qaeda is on the decline because bin Laden was killed, even though, because there is no more threat, or Al-Qaeda in Iraq is destroyed, therefore there is less of a threat. And this is not looking at what was the forces and the threats behind the rise of ISIS and the rise of Al-Qaeda. And this needs to be looked at the ideological spread. And what I try to show in my work, like since the 1990s, they have built structures, they have built organizations, be it NGOs, be it sometimes businesses and enterprise, be it sometimes, getting into, a football football club boards, locally, I mean. Sometimes they will be selling products on the market, sometimes they will be preaching, sometimes they will be, helping out the kids in the neighborhood to do their homework. They will be providing services, they will be selling goods, they will be building a printing factory so that they can sell, their leaflets, just like Omar Bakri in the so-called Londonistan in the 1990s. And my point is, you can arrest these people when they are involved in an attack, of course, but if whatever they have built is taken over by the next gen, then the problem is keep on going and going. Therefore, we need to look at what's happening on the way they preach, the way they structure their preaching methods. And this goes for Europe, but as well for the Middle East. So there is as well so many non-violent methods that are used by Islamists and jihadists. And this is striking. You were mentioning prisons. Like I've conducted 100 interviews with jihadists in prisons in France. Most of them were telling me how like they were involved in the movement for 2 decades. So of course they were arrested at some point because they ended up in a plot for ISIS, but they spent the last 2 decades preaching, building out, community services and so on and so forth. And now we are again in this sort of weird moment where since 2020 we are in a like decline, so to say, of jihadism, at least in terms of attacks. In terms of people arrested and activities, so to say, terrorist activities in Europe. But to be honest, first we have a non-resolved situation in northern Syria and northern Iraq. The place is the very place where in the last 2 decades was, built a jihadist sanctuary twice over the last 2 decades. Al-Qaeda in Iraq, or Islamic State of Iraq in the 2000s, and ISIS in the 2010s. So what's the situation now in northern Syria and northern Iraq? Well, of course it's locked, so to say, because you've got so many military resources invested in that region. Like if you're just looking at what are the troops on the ground? You've got Russian troops, you've got Wagner, you've got Syrian forces, Iraqi forces, Kurdish forces, Turkish forces, US special forces, European special forces. We can go on and on. Shia militia, Iran-backed forces. I mean, we can go on and on. My point is, it's not resolved and not solved politically, but militarily it's sort of locked. But with and I don't want to talk about Gaza for the moment, but with what is happening now between Israel and Gaza, there is now instability on the rise in the region. And if you move one factor in the military equation, for instance, if you move back US troops, or if you move Iran-backed militias to closer to Lebanon or Syria for some reason, or southern Syria for some reasons, you might have a resurgency of ISIS, because they have like almost between 10 and 20,000 people active in clandestine mode. So my point is, of course, there is a big crisis going on in Israel, between Israel and Gaza, and that's a massive one. But we should not forget that there is a non-settled situation in northern Syria and northern Iraq, that we have now Taliban back in Kabul, and actually the last 2 major projected attacks against France that were thwarted were coming from Afghanistan, from ISIS in Afghanistan. Another one was thwarted as well in Germany this summer. So we start to see new projection of attacks, which is not such a good news. And then there is, of course, the Sahelian region, which we'll be talking more about, but which is, to my knowledge, the biggest space where jihadist groups have been evolving over the last 30 years. So to put it in a nutshell, I'll say that jihadism is not behind us but ahead of us, arguably. We can discuss this. The question is whether the next wave will be as big as the previous one, or whether we will be able to to sort of control it. We have few signs. There was an attack in France 3 weeks ago, and another attack in Brussels 2 days after that. So we should be very careful, but what we haven't seen is massive organized projected attacks of the extent of Madrid or Paris 2015 style attacks. Last but not least, these overseas situations, especially in the Middle East, are very important to notice and to monitor, because if we're looking at the last 3 peaks of jihadist terrorism in the West, especially ISIS terrorism, but also the 2000s in Europe, Madrid, London, so on and so forth, and of course 9/11, it always happened when we had a geopolitical crisis in the Middle East or in Afghanistan, and therefore Western jihadists, they are not able to develop their activities if they are not involved in an external Middle Eastern conflict. So whatever is happening in the Middle East is actually having a direct impact over Western jihadist networks. That's
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Hugo. Wonderful comments. It's very interesting when we talk about this, what you mentioned about the emphasis on the networks that have remained throughout time and which have extended within Europe with their myriad connections outside of Europe. For example, I want to add a Spanish detail. Well, among our colleagues here and the people we've interviewed in prisons, these are semi-structured, long interviews, 2.5 hours or so, at least. But we've found people who are in prison and who've been in prison more than once, and the first time they went into prison was towards the end of the 90s, right after 9/11, which is to say they had been active jihadi members ever since the second half of the 90s. Or let's take a look at Barcelona, Cambrils. The person who radicalized and who mobilized the young men from Ripoll was someone who, by the end of the 90s, already had contacts, and towards the beginning of the aughts. So we have to analyze everything from that lens, a more European lens, and we can't focus exclusively on a national lens. And Syria and Iraq is still an unsolved matter. Jihadism is still a matter. It has its little sprouts of terrorism there, and different ways of manifesting itself. And I was very happy that you talked about these different manifestations, but there are different areas in the world where the situation, far from being solved, keeps on worsening without any apparent solution. And even though jihadi organizations that are competing with each other and that are active in areas such as Sahel prioritize their own local fights, they might later become a threat focus for different scenarios within and without the African environment. But I'm sure that Beatriz will be much clearer and will help us understand. Thank you very much, Fernando. Thank you very much, Royal Institute Elcano, for giving me the opportunity to share here in Spain thoughts on Sahel, because we talk about this in Africa. We've been responding to questions, answering to questions in Africa for the last 17 years for violent dynamics in Sahel. And I don't think when we talk about Sahel or Western Africa, they intervene in international networks. I think that my environment for the last years respond to local matters. There's a local root, so we produce our own insurgents, our own jihad, or our own political violence, our own homegrown political violence. But there aren't any analogs to Afghanistan, Iraq, or Somalia, or Kenya, even though we use religious reference or black flags, which we might believe that, oh yes, Bin Laden's Al-Qaeda franchised out in Sahel, but no, that couldn't be further from the truth, because our political violence, I talk, especially in my academic research, I discuss political violence, and I talk about it like this because it's very difficult to define terrorism in Sahel, because we've got different armed groups that defend secessionist positions, separatist positions, endo-nationalist positions, ethno-nationalism, jihadism. So any and all ideologies help federate and organize and legitimize, but at the end of the day, the final goal is not to install such and such ideology or another ideology, but they respond to something much more complex in a very complex environment. So before developing why I don't believe that we're facing jihadi groups, as we might consider in Europe, we're facing different elements which have installed themselves and which move in spaces adapted to all sorts of business models, because Sahel, its historical context and political context is very difficult to yours. So once more, it responds to different scenarios, different routes. Its origins are different. For me, it's very important to set the playing board, because the Sahel is a moving board. What's that? We come from international commerce that was adapted to different business models in hospitable lands, where it is very difficult to produce anything beyond agriculture and farming that are already ravaged by climate change, where you can't really have public services or industries. So naturally, any business model, be it criminal or not, will be warmly welcomed by our local actors for mere survival reasons, and not only survival, but because it's greed. They want to get rich quick. These are get-rich-quick schemes, and we come from Sahel. This is a space that has been adapted to different business models that have transformed our actors and which have had an impact on a very specific value system and political system, because Sahel's value system isn't like your values and Western values. We come from villages and towns and areas where there are very clear social pyramids with slaves that respond to upper echelons. There are vassals that respond to sovereigns and suzerains, and this micro system will help us understand why people emancipate themselves with violence. They want to stop being slaves or vassals to become an upper elite. They want to get power. This is fundamental. Space mobility, adapting our space to their business model, transformation based on that business model, which the one I've worked on is organized crime. And I talk specifically about drug trafficking, be it cocaine from Latin America to Moroccan hashish to gun running, of course, and people trafficking and new sorts of traffics that are appearing now and which are related to natural resources, which up until now hadn't been the core of the agenda to answer to violence, because even though they were there, they hadn't been exploited. But as of now, they're starting to play a very important role when it comes to political violence. I'm talking about non-industrial but artisanal gold exploitation. And I want to talk about this because everything I'm explaining now will help us understand how Sahel's armed groups are designed, because they can't be talked about as jihadis, because they've got their own local roots. Who are these actors? Because this responds to certain ethnic youths, so we have to understand these ethnic groups. We have to understand their communities, their identities compared to the environment and the space, because you don't identify from something that's outside of your area, because your area gives you power, economic hegemony. So all of that goes hand in hand. So which are these armed groups? These armed groups that as of today, I don't know how you see them in the Western world. I don't know what the press discusses about these armed groups. I think it's not good. It's not good. It's so bad. The attack 4 days ago at the center of Burkina Faso, automatically Europe, the international community, says that this was done by jihadi terrorists. And what would happen if I told you that this massacre, this collective act of all of these children who were killed and brutally murdered, and this wasn't a jihadist attack? What if I told you it was state violence? Well, that's brutal, but it's a hypothesis that I can corroborate because it's related to very complex factors. But when we talk about these armed groups, what happened is what happened in the last 10 years. There's a very important ethnic community, which is a majority in Western Africa, collected to traditional activities such as farming and shepherding, and they've been tempted by these non-state organizations, and these non-state organizations offer services that state actors don't offer, or they give people the opportunity to leave your slave position and become a different role and become acknowledged differently, which is why I want to identify that community, because they come from such and such a region which historically has been discriminated, without services. They've been mostly slaves within this very complex social pyramid. And what happens? Well, the responses they give to our Saharan states they don't give good responses, because these are responses we're used to, because we've been studying for a long time state act responses to violence dynamics, and in order to cut this jihadist violence, I use security forces through militias, which I can build and design myself, which we can create ourselves, in order to, well, sow terror by randomly killing civilians. These are local dynamics in Sahara. And think about the complexity. I'm going to talk about both state and non-state actors. What's so special about the Sahel area? Not only this community, which can't be identified and demonize, we have to be very careful, because what we're doing is, overall, we're ethnicizing violence, which is a huge mistake. And secondly, we demonize a whole community that represents millions and millions of Muslims all over Western Africa. On the other hand, we've got different ethnic groups which are the source of instability in the Sahel area, who are the real actors that have represented these violence dynamics in a country as important as Mali, because that's Mali where international actors intervene, because Mali is the root, Mali is the source. Why is it Mali? Why wasn't it Burkina? Why wasn't it Niger, Senegal? What's so special about Mali? Well, this would have to be introduced in post-colonialism, pre-colonialism, and colonialism and post-colonialism class. But to very briefly summarize, we have huge territorial management problems. Why? Because they're actors that before the colonial era, before the pre-colonial era, have been asked for their own political space by using violent use of weapons, which is why the Mali state has been working for the last 70 years with this, what with negotiating, reaching peace agreements, going back to violence. And for many years we've had Arab actors and Tuareg actors from the Azawad area, north of Mali, which is these more important violence dynamics emerged. And again, north of Mali, which is bordering with Nigeria and different areas, we've had these activities opposed to a central state because they want control over their space. And it's a space, it gives them legitimacy. And even though they're a minority, they acknowledge themselves as the real connoisseurs of the Sahel. In this case, northern Mali. That's where the Al-Qaeda embryo was born, which we internationally tagged. We imagined that Northern Mali Al-Qaeda was one of bin Laden's franchises, and that was one of the mistakes the West made when discussing the global South and when facing the threat, and we'll be able to talk about this, all of the US's failures with all of the security tools we've had and security mechanisms they've had, as well as the French security mechanisms and how they failed and the role they've played, the French role they played, the role France has played in the deployment of its security mechanisms. I say this because the perception of the threat from within is very different from the perception of the threat without. What happened here is that these international actors have believed that the Tuareg and the Azawad Arabs had to be prepared to fight organized crime, but you don't fight organized crime because that's part of our identity and it's within the institutions. And all of these groups that were trained by the US back then are the same that generated the 2012 crisis, which generated France's international response. Think of the paradox of understanding Sahel. And these armed groups were associated with different armed groups with different tags. The jihad tag, which came from organizations such as Al-Qaeda, Sardin. There are many scissions there which respond to, and these splits come from these groups, and these splitter groups and jihadist groups are communicated because there are territorial links, and well, they've made sure that northern Mali becomes a source of instability, and it's so much that we've gone from a very important outcrop of violence with the appearance of these armed groups which were very isolated, and we've gone to different very new outbreaks of violence in the Messina area and the western area of Nigeria, Tilaberi, and Burkina Faso, which respond to different ethnic groups. I'm talking, and I could go on, but I don't know how much time I'm taking because I have so much to discuss and share, and I just wanted to show. You've got a couple more minutes. Oh, wonderful! Thank you very much. I wanted to deconstruct how these groups are born, evolve, and they emerge with all of these characteristics. They use very important local characteristics to understand these transitions to violence, to be able to give you an idea of who these armed groups are, who respond to white ethnicity tribes and black ethnicity tribes. And me making a distinction based on skin, I think it's important because in these dynamics, racial matters will help us understand the growth of violence in Sahel, which from outside we understand these dynamics again as jihadist violence because we are very reductive and we simplify it a lot. A third element for this debate, because of course this is going to, well, I assume this will make us think quite a bit. This will lead to a lot of reflections. Power relations, power dynamics in the Sahel. There are new generations which are appearing within these communities, the Tuareg and Arab communities or Pel communities. In the future, we'll see what happens with the RIs, for example, where there are new generations which, as I said earlier when I started, are enriching themselves very fast thanks to criminal economies, and they want to transform these power dynamics. It is very important to understand these fights between the old elite and the new elite. I'm sure you've read in the press about very important terrorist actors, Ijan al-Ghali. Some of you, if you know Sahel, will have heard of Ghali as an actor, as a very important actor of the international jihad. Ghali, what I want to explain in my dissertation was a very important actor in northern Mali, and he started fighting the new Tuareg generations. These are very important areas because of what I mentioned. And Iyad Gali, she simply went from the first rebellion to the system to Ansardine. This is a fallacy what he did. This is part of literature which we produced as scholars, and in order to not understand what the Sahel is, and because to understand the Sahel we have to listen to Saharan Sahel voices. So Iyad Gali had a problem, and he had a problem within his own organization because these new Tuareg generations, the Ifoga didn't want to listen to this leadership, so they started a new leadership with another organization, and that's where we have the splits. This is a very important snapshot of the complexity of the Sahel, and he's a representative of the Saheli, and he never applied Sharia. If we understand Sharia as jihadi, I come from Arab Muslim countries where Sharia law is a reality, and these are countries with which we work. And well, this is questionable. And Iyad Gali, who represented this international threat, look how he responded to the liberation of Azawad movement, to the jihadi situation because of power relations and power dynamics. And that's how we could explain every single armed group, because we have 7 or 8 organizations that are considered jihadist, and we have many organizations with within the splitters with very different names, and this all responds to political hegemony, economic hegemony, and different situations.
Gracias, Beatriz.
Thank you very much, Beatriz. As a moderator, I must say that indeed, I think it's a big mistake to ignore all these local dynamics of power and internal problems, to just identify everything as with the religious basis and jihadist. But this question that we'll be asking you later on, first I'm going to ask about Gaza, ask them about Gaza. But likewise, there's also a big mistake to ignore that jihadists have developed well-meditated strategies, and very often very successfully. At times, individual players who have seen that doing this would increase their power, very often significant actors. The creation of JMNM is a creation of Al-Qaeda with the Islamic State with very specific objectives. And then in practice, it's very limited because it took place at a moment where there were other additional complications in those circumstances. But I mean, ignoring things such as that part of the world within Al-Qaeda's committee has an appointed coordinator who's Moroccan and who goes to the meetings in Iran, where most of Al-Qaeda's leadership is based, although another part is still in northwest of Pakistan. So this is something that I wanted to comment, but we could discuss this later on, because there are individual and collective actors there who are jihadists who have developed strategies, and they continue doing so. And also in the Buntabad papers, when bin Laden's envoyé, one of the documents, then you know this very well, how bin Laden's envoyé, to make sure the JSPC, how they tell bin Laden what they found, the numbers they found, the material they found, so whether they should or not accept Boko Haram's proposal to learn how to make bomb cars, whether they're missing this or the other. And in the end, that is provided to them. So we're not just talking about ghosts or jihadism in Sahel or the ghost of jihadism in the Middle East or in other areas. We're talking about something rather more serious. The jihadists are imposing their strategy. Sometimes they're successful, sometimes they're not. But ignoring local realities is just as bad as ignoring jihadist strategies. In the case of the Middle East and the transnational networks, undoubtedly, Gaza is having an impact. How do you value that incident, that impact? How is it affecting these scenarios with unresolved conflicts? How does it affect the threats for the Islamic world and outside the Islamic world, which is currently in the core of the Middle East?
For your question. First off, I think that the October 7 attack on Israel was a complete blowout for the stability of the Middle East. I mean, we will see how it's going to evolve, of course, but it's reshuffling so many dynamics. The first of all is the normalization of Israel process that was engaged with Saudi Arabia that is now completely stopped. The second element that strikes me a lot about this is the methods that the Hamas used, of course. Insofar, we were used to see Hamas using, of course, terrorist methods and, suicide bombings and also killing civilians in Israel. But what we witnessed on October 7 is ISIS-like methods, and in the sense that they actively sought to kill civilians, but including babies. And actually, I will say that even ISIS, when it comes to babies, they tend to save them in order to make them grow up in their ideology. So even to that extent, it was a little bit further, I will say. But when it comes to the killings, the methods, and the way to show that to the world by uploading it online was a complete change in the way Hamas proceeds. And I think this is sending a message to the world as well. Like, I'm not saying that Hamas equal ISIS, but I'm saying that ISIS has generated a sort of a modus operandi that is now inspiring other Islamist organizations. And actually, 4 days after that, the Hamas leader, Ismail Haniyeh, was calling for attacks against Jewish targets in Europe and in the West, which is also sort of it's a reminder of jihadist methods, just like the call for global jihad, for instance, of bin Laden against Zionist targets all across the world. And in that way, I mean, it opened a sort of a vacuum that is hard to decipher, because ISIS was very long to respond to that call. For instance, it took ISIS 14 days to actually comment on the Hamas attack of October 7, which, on ISIS timescale is actually very long. They are able to tweet after 20 seconds when there is a knife attack in Stockholm or Paris or wherever. But it took them 13 days to actually write a comment about this. And they were basically not mentioning Hamas, but saying that yes, we should embrace the movement and target and try to open a new front in the West. But what it also says is that ISIS, at least as long as ISIS in Syria and Iraq, in the Middle East is concerned, they don't have the connection anymore. I mean, they might have internet connection with Europe, but they don't have the logistical dots all across the way from the Middle East to Europe to organize massive projected terror campaign across Europe. But what they can bet on is to inspire some of the ISIS or jihadist sympathizers. But this, of course, is not the only thing, because there is a phenomenon that I think we all addressed and we're all very worried of, or at least concerned of, which is the way the Israeli-Gaza conflict is being reinterpreted online and sort of re-injected into Western public debate in a completely different manner. And to that regard, I can tell from my standpoint, from what I've monitored, that French and European Islamists are actually using very much the footages that are brought by the news about Israeli bombings of Gaza to actually fuel their narrative, which is not surprising, of course, but in the meantime, it's quite, I mean, we should always remember that jihadists are actually not very much involved into the Palestinian, support whatsoever, supporting the Palestinians in the 30 or 40 years they have been existing. They always fought, elsewhere, in Afghanistan, in Syria, in Iraq, in Algeria, but actually never been properly committed to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. So, of course, this is propaganda, but the impact of this on the young generation is a different thing, and especially in Europe. What I try to show in my work is that now we have a European jihadi phenomenon, and this is the first, right? ISIS revealed that we were having born and raised citizens that were actually committed to the jihadi mindset. And this goes for France, because France have been, the first country in terms of foreign fighters in Syria and Iraq. It also have been the most affected country in Europe, which is a direct consequence of this. But France. But if you look at the proportions when it comes to the Muslim population, or when it comes to the population in general in Europe, then you see that the most affected countries are Denmark, Sweden, and Belgium, which is a completely different ranking. And in that perspective, we should also look at what's happening in Scandinavian countries, which they don't have a colonial history in Islamic land. They don't have the same history of migration. They have not imported working forces in the 50s and the 60s from former colonies like France or the UK or even Belgium to a certain extent. They have an immigration that is very new when it comes to the Muslim population, about 20, 25 years, and yet they have a major problem when it comes to jihadi supporters. So all of this to say that we should, again, look at what's the common point between these countries, and what's the common point between Copenhagen and London and Toulouse in France and Madrid and Ulm in Germany. It's a common history when it comes to jihadism. There were veterans from the 1990s who settled in some of these places, and within these places in specific neighborhoods. And within these neighborhoods, they developed their preaching and spread their preaching. And this, over the course of 3 decades, generated some flows of foreign fighters to Syria and Iraq. But it doesn't mean that because there is no war anymore in Syria and Iraq, or because these places are not accessible for them, the phenomenon stops. So at the moment, what we should think of is, what do jihadists target when they are organizing themselves in Denmark or in Belgium, and what are they trying to target in France and Madrid? Of course, in Spain, you will look at the history of Spain, because that's what they are pointing out. They say, this is Al-Andalus, this is we are fighting to get back the lands that we lose after the Reconquista. You will have this kind of narrative to explain why Islamism and jihadism are so active in Madrid or Barcelona. In France, we will talk about the French colonial history. We will talk about Algeria. We will talk about the situation of the banlieue, of the private lands. In the UK, we will have the same discussion about the sub-Indian continent. But the real thing is, if you look at a map of where these people who joined ISIS are coming from, you will find that it's a very specific neighborhood in very specific cities, and these cities and these neighborhoods are not the most impoverished. They are not the places where you've got the biggest Muslim population, and they are not the places where you've got the biggest population from foreign descent. So this means that jihadism has a geography, and behind it, it has its own history. And regardless of, we're talking about France or Denmark, the same phenomenon happen in the same ways. This changed completely the deal. You have to look at it differently. And what are they targeting when they are looking at France's colonial history to justify attacks, or at the Spain history, is a political argument to normalize and to justify their need for action, their need to commit terrorist attacks. And I'm not saying that French colonial history or British colonial history or Madrid's, Reconquista history doesn't play a role. What I'm saying is you cannot justify the trends in Europe and what happened in the past 30 years in Europe by actually looking at this. You have to go way deeper than this, and you have to be more specific. Otherwise, you won't understand Sweden, Denmark, Germany, Belgium, and so on and so forth. So the post-Hamas attacks and the Israeli war in Gaza is generating a context that is very permissive, that is emboldening, again, jihadi networks. Yet they need to have these logistical networks on the ground to be able to get Europe back into a terror campaign, as it was the case a decade ago. If they don't have this, we are exposed to isolated attacks, which is also a very problematic thing. But what we are more exposed to is to inflated public debate where we don't know what we're talking about, whether we're talking about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict or whether we're talking about the post-colonial immigration situation in Europe, or whether we're talking about Islam, or whether we're talking about jihadists. And they will play with that. And I will finish with this in a context where informational warfare is the big thing. I will just take a few figures to try to objectify these. Europe is the only geopolitical power who doesn't have sovereignty over algorithm when it comes to, especially when it comes to social networks. There is the GAFAM in the US, there is Chinese, so-called closed internet. You've got Russian social networks, but in Europe, we're just using them. We're the first digital space in the world, 1.5 the size of the US when it comes to the use of digital products and of these social networks. Now, the 15, 24 years old in Europe are mostly getting informed and socializing through social networks. So whatever is said and produced and spread over TikTok or YouTube is actually having more impact than a year of conference that we can do here, and having all the media of Spain and France and the US, around us within just a snap in time. So my point is, this is the medium through which conflicts and polarization is being re-important and reshaped in Europe, and this is part of the debate. So again, when we're talking about jihadism, we're talking about very specific political and democratic stakes, who are actually way larger than terrorism. It's democratic, and what the jihadists are targeting is the European democratic model, just like Russia when they're actually invading Ukraine. And I'm wondering, as sort of an open equation to the audience, why Europe for the past 20 years at least has been so long at understanding what are the threats and which kind of threats Europe is facing. We waited until Russia to invade Ukraine to understand, that Putin was actually serious when he was talking about, fighting the European model and actually annexing Crimea and invading Georgia. We waited for jihadists to target the middle of Madrid or Paris to actually consider that they might have jihadists in Europe spreading some, weird ideologies from the 1990s onward. And this is a specific place for Europe. The States are in a different dynamic, and we should not rely on them forever to actually, deal with also what is now a European phenomenon. So I want to be very clear, like we need to step up and face it. And we need to enlarge the vision of what are they targeting. They are targeting political institutions and a democratic sort of model in Europe.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Hugo. Before I ask Catherine a question, please allow me to clarify something about your comment. It's not a clarification to what you've said, but rather additional data. Throughout additional data that we're still experiencing today. In the last decade, approximately, over the last decade, young Muslims aged 16 to 35 living in Europe have had 20 times more probability of converting to jihadists acting in an area of conflict than young Muslims of that same age coming from anywhere else in the world, from anywhere else in the world. From anywhere else in the world, North Africa, Southeast Asia, anywhere else in the world. In other words, European Muslims are extraordinarily overrepresented among what we call the foreign fighters. But then there's something, and excuse me, but this is often ignored in France, and I'm taking advantage of you being here to mention it. Which is the European country with the highest proportion of Muslims over the total population? The European Union country, it's Bulgaria, and yet the proportion of fighters in that proportion is minute. It's practically negligible. It's practically negligible. And yet there are two European countries, such as Spain and Italy, with large groups of Muslims who have produced far fewer jihadists than France, Germany, or Denmark, both in absolute and in relative terms. And why is this? There's a factor which you haven't mentioned, Hugo, perhaps because you lack time, but I will mention myself, which is, in those countries, the great majority of the Muslim population is second, third, even fourth generation, because the migration flows in some cases started in the 40s or 50s. In Spain, far more recent. However, in Italy and in Spain, the great majority of the Muslim population is still first generation. An estimate which we did at Elcano towards some years ago indicated that in Spain it would be 1 out of every 4 Muslims, understanding Muslim people coming from countries that are primarily Muslim or societies that are primarily Muslim. It's very important to bear this in mind because we had a serious problem with the adaptation or integration, if we want to use that word, of second and third generations. Definitely, in the interviews we've conducted with jihadists in prison, we've seen many individuals who have not been changed by prison. They are still radical. Prison has put them in the stage of willing to join again. But once they join again, this is an interesting point, most of these individuals have used reasonings that are based on religion and not, in a broad sense, utilitarian. What I mean with this is that it is now more legitimate to go and do jihad in Syria or Yemen than here. Our friend Hammer could talk about this. It's not so legitimate here. It is over there. I don't understand what happened in Barcelona, but I would definitely go to Yemen. And firstly, I would go to Syria because that's where the big final battle will take place and so on. But I wouldn't go to Iraq because Iraq, the religious texts say that it's the land of the liars. I'm quoting literally, as you know. But therefore, I would go to Yemen. And if not, to Mali. And we've heard these kind of things quite frequently in our interviews. But thank you very, very much, Hugo. We have a lot of collaboration possible here. Catherine, the United States is very concerned about this internal domestic threat. But that domestic threat has many anti-Islamist, anti-Semitic components on the one hand. Gaza, is it affecting this situation? And also, is it true or not that although jihadist organizations have or are giving priority to local insurgencies for various reasons they may deem appropriate. Is it true or not that there are certain branches within the Islamic State that appear to be deliberately accumulating resources with the intention of conducting a massive attack in the United States or Canada?
Yeah, so great questions. Let me start with Gaza. You know, I think having watched the developments over the past month or so after the Hamas attack in the United States, it's very clear that this is an issue that's hitting at some of the core of our identity, where obviously the United States is a staunch supporter of Israel, believes in Israel's right to exist and its right to defend itself, but then is trying to balance that with international humanitarian law and the humanitarian consequences inside of Gaza due to Israeli military activity. So the way that it's playing out is actually not playing out in the terrorism space inside of the United States. It's playing out in the political space very actively on university campuses, actually. But I think, you know, as we're looking at the ramifications of Gaza, I actually want the Biden administration to look at it and try to understand the mistakes that Israel made with Gaza and reassess the risks that the United States accepted in our new over-the-horizon posture. So the shift that the U.S. made post-Afghanistan, where the idea was we don't need to be monitoring the terrorism threat. We can do this from afar. But when you look at the actual Hamas tactics, right, when we actually look at the attack, it was years of training in various camps that the Israelis knew about. They knew that Hamas was conducting this military activity. And the majority of the fighters that crossed the border into Israel that morning had no idea that the attack was going to happen that morning, which is a very different phenomenon in terrorism, where Hamas fundamentally built a militia, a paramilitary group, incredibly violent, and then mobilized it in a couple of hours to conduct this attack that killed over 1,400 civilians. So, you know, what that means for the United States is, as we look around the world, yes, we had made mistakes in the aftermath of 9/11 with the global war on terror, But I think one of them was looking at the idea of sanctuaries and the risk that sanctuaries pose, not just to the United States in terms of training and transnational attacks, but also to the local countries and obviously to Europe, where individuals who have trained in camps abroad can join migration flows and enter Europe a little bit easier than they can the United States. So I would hope that what we learn from what's happened in Gaza is that, setting aside the Israel-Palestine question, but focusing on the terrorism, that we really cannot accept the presence of these types of organizations, Al-Shabaab, Jnim in the Sahel, the Islamic State Khorasan, the Taliban, etc., that will enable groups to have these types of training camps. And that we actually need to adjust our policies. What we've done over the past 20 years wasn't effective, to try and eliminate that kind of space. The kind of question about then, some of the aspects of the Islamic State network in particular, basically specializing in potentially throwing off these external attacks is one that's very apt. And, it's happening inside of Afghanistan, not just because the United States is not there, but also because the Taliban is there. And it's, we don't have a partner on the ground. The US and Europe fundamentally don't have somebody to help pursue the counterterrorism space. And so the Islamic State Khorasan, of all the branches, has the least pressure on it at the moment. In addition to the fact that it's actually positioned well to take advantage of various networks, that it received some of the support coming out of Iraq and Syria as that group was being weakened by the international coalition. And we saw the development of that space as a hub, if you will, for the Islamic State. I think 2016-17 time period, where we started to see innovations in terms of mailing an IED, a bomb, to Australia to try and get it on an airplane, which is just a different threat dynamic than one that the United States or even Europe really had to deal with prior to this. So, just kind of rounding this out for terrorism and bringing it back to the US shift away from it, I think that the United States has not had a public, straightforward conversation about the terrorism risks that the US is now accepting, having pulled back from counterterrorism and enabled some of these groups, even the local ones, to expand. Because they don't always stay local, because some of the ideology allows for some of the global jihadists to come into the camps and benefit from that. And as we've seen, we dismissed Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb for years as this criminal smuggling racket. And when we look at the Abbottabad documents that Osama bin Laden had with him when he was killed, it was very clear that Al-Qaeda was looking at that group as financing what it was trying to do, and basically, looking at North Africa as financing what the Yemeni group was going to conduct internationally. So we tend to break out what both Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State network are doing into these various regional groups, rather than having a comprehensive picture, not just of the attacks, and I fully agree about looking at it during the low times, These are groups that are set on a certain effort. Terrorism is one of the ways that they advance that. They are not going to give it up. And I just really think we need to understand that as a security priority, both for the US and also for our European partners.
En estos low times es cuando empezamos a negar.
In these low times is when we start to deny aspects which reality proves. And even at these low points or low times, having debates such as this one is important. Beyond the permissivity with which some groups might move from Khorasan, there are networks which have changed its components' profiles. Networks comprised of individuals of Uzbek ascendants which are weird in the jihadist thread, and some of them have been arrested here in Spain, at least one. Although it is true that they weren't part of a network, they were going to operate as a lone wolf, but they were stopped by running away from operational network of the ISIS here in Europe. And, well, this is a question, an open question. This is a question for Beatriz. I want to make Beatriz Mesa. And, well, Beatriz, there you go. Our collaborators are suffering. They're suffering because we're running out of time. We've got a Q&A round now. And, well, I'll be very brief, and I'll just use up 3 minutes, although I would have loved to develop many of the questions that have been brought forth here, but I'm going to summarize my Sahel in the following way. By answering Fernando's question and answering to the comment you made at the beginning, because that, I think, will help us understand the rivalities between armed groups in the Sahel area. West isn't important for armed groups in Sahel. If the West thinks they're important for the configuration and composition of armed groups, it doesn't matter. It is important when there are targets traveling through Sahel because they become hostages, which open up very long negotiation processes, and that's how armed jihadist or armed organizations grew. But they started with international kidnappings, and the first attacks were undertaken for very complex domestic reasons based on the 2012 crisis, with an international repercussion, with security mechanisms that will be implemented in the Sahel area, which didn't give an appropriate responses. You know, we've got a crisis in Sahel with France and we don't have enough time, but this is a very important thought. And why do I say that the West isn't a priority? Because they've got their own internal rights, and that's when Fernando Reñares talked about rivalries between two organizations. So, for example, there are many. Two, the unappropriately named Islamic State and the Al-Qaeda and Gai's Al-Qaedas, or the Liberation Front by Amal Kufa. They're all positioned in different territories, and that's very important because these internal rivalries don't threaten liberal European Western democracies. These threaten a civil population which has to choose a side. They have to pick sides for security reasons, to legitimize, which are related to the acknowledgement of whichever ethnic group. But these rival groups are rivals for very local reasons. So you've got armed groups such as so-called Al-Qaeda, Mazina's Liberation Front, which are fighting to establish an Assawad state with other splitters for territorial matters. Before this Assawad state, we've got a shepherding state. That means that they want to control watering spots and aquifers that are very important for shepherds. And these are, well, they're very relevant, but agriculture, farming are very important for an ex-armed group, and this is how it works, and that's how they operate, and that helps to legitimize and become stronger within these lines. Of course, there are strategies. All organizations, no matter what, have their own strategy. Al-Qaeda and Islamic State have their own strategies, which started with kidnappings. Mazina's Liberation Front, they want to recruit a specific community related to social acknowledgement, so they've got a growing culture. Burkina Faso has its own northern strategy. The strategy is there, and these armed groups are operating by using conventional means, and we can discuss which military strategies they're developing at a given time to fight the Wagner. And northern Mali has renewed the 2012 conflict, and we're having the same jihadist groups that are coming back to fight a common enemy, which is La Wagner, which represents a problem for these armed groups that during a 13-year-long ceasefire, they armed themselves during this truce, and they developed a parallel de facto state. And they're responsibilizing certain armed groups establishing a de facto state. This is what we see, and this is what's happening. So I want to wrap up by saying that being Muslim isn't important when it comes to the Sahel's armed groups, but it's much more important to be part of NAPO or leadership, being of a certain faction, among other local aspects. But it's not what matters. It's not what matters, although there is a religious referent, of course, when it comes to all of these things, but it's only a referent. But if you want to explain radicalism in Sahel throughout Sunni or the Quran, you're wrong. If we want to explain it through analyse, we're wrong. This isn't Europe, where I've worked with jihadist elements from purely ideological matters, for which we need not only security forces, but we also need counter narratives, not only law enforcement, but counter narratives which have wonderful Islamologists. And I always asked our penal system to include in their strategies religious actors to be able to mediate properly in religious radicalism. That's all. Thank you very much. There isn't time for anything else? Okay. Well, this debate that Beatriz has opened up is fascinating, because this is a classic debate between the influence of ideology or religion, if it's more or less. And I'm remembering now, if any of you have seen Timbuktu, I'm sure some of you have seen Timbuktu. I assume that you have, but Timbuktu actually shows this Al-Qaeda strategy in the Maghreb, in the Islamist Maghreb, and please don't be harsh. They've been cultured for a long time, and you have to approximate it. The document exists, and we asked the four groups that played a role in northern Mali, they asked them to act differently and think of how different their dominion will be when it comes to the Islamic State. In the Syria and Iraq territories where they wanted to impose, without these Al-Qaeda considerations, Al-Qaeda actually considered, of course, non particularly brutal, and because they want to forcibly impose a religion that shouldn't be forcibly imposed. And low periods, low times, but critical times to think on global jihadism and what affects Western societies. Thank you very much, Catherine. Thank you very much, Beatriz. Thank you very much, Hugo. Thank you very much. Well, good morning, everyone. Let's come back to our session and let's start the second roundtable for this forum. I would like to say hello to everyone who is following online and through social media. I am Carola García Calvo. I'm a head researcher for violent radicalization at Real Instituto Elcano, and I'm delighted and honored to chair this panel, this roundtable, on the evolution of threats and how they impact specifically Western societies when we talk about, well, at a more precise level, when we discuss Western Europe. Since we're running a little bit late, we extended our first session. We went over time, but it was definitely worth it. I'll be very brief. I'll introduce our guests very quickly. And, well, it is true that throughout the last couple of years, violent extremism and terrorism have shifted greatly and they've diversified in Europe. As of today, we find ourselves in front of a very complex scenario, as we've said, in which both old and new challenges coexist. These new challenges have appeared in a context which has been characterized, as we've mentioned earlier, and I want to summarize this very briefly, by geopolitical competition environment, which has led to conflicts and crises and wars all around the world, a collection of crises, economic, social crisis, as well as health crisis with COVID-19, which in some cases, like some of these crises have overlapped, in fact, and which have catalyzed, which have acted as catalysts for these new trends here in Europe. And finally, an accelerated development of new technologies which have been used by terrorist and extremist groups to achieve their goals. So our goal in this roundtable is to more deeply analyze trends and how they have an impact on Western societies in Europe. And to do so, well, I have three wonderful guest friends of Real Instituto Elcano, wonderful friends of the Institute. First, I will give the floor to Francesco Marone. He's an associate research fellow at the Interpolitical International Studies, ISPA in Italy, as well as a professor at an Italian, professor in an Italian university. And I'll ask how terrorist strategies have evolved in the European environment with this new stage of global terrorism, and if he could offer a short analysis of our current situation. Then we will listen to Manuel R. Torres, professor of political science and administration at Universidad Pablo Olavide in Seville, Spain, and a member of the scientific committee here at the Elcano Institute. And I would like to ask Manuel actually about this technological vector and what are the latest trends in the use of new technologies and of new information technologies, how they are being used by violent extremist and terrorist groups. And finally, we will listen to my colleague, Joana de Deus Pereira. She's a senior research fellow for RUSI Europe, as well as a wonderful colleague within the RAM Policy Support Project, which both RUSI Europe and the Real Instituto Elcano are part of the consortium, and with whom I've had the honor of working in the management and implementation of this project throughout the last 4 years. And Joanna, well, I would like to ask her about how all of these global trends, which we mentioned in the first roundtable, these geopolitical competencies and these crises and these convulsing states which we're seeing all around the world, how are they impacting violent extremism all around Europe, and how this has an impact in Western Europe? And they'll each have 10 minutes to talk, and then they'll have short comments afterwards as we receive our audience's questions, which can be asked here in the room by asking for it, and to all of those who are following us on social media through an email, which is the hashtag of our activity @Realcano, and we'll listen to your questions for our speakers to open up the debate to our audience. And without further ado, Francesco Marone, you've got the floor when it comes to strategies as of today in Europe. Go ahead. Thank you very much.
Morning, buenos dias. Thank you
Good morning.
for this invitation. It's a privilege and a genuine pleasure to be here in Madrid. So my short intervention will focus on the evolution of jihadist terrorism in the West, and in particular in Europe. As Hugo Bichron and other speakers have already said, terrorism is just the culmination of a broader, more complex process of radicalization, but obviously it is the most dramatic phenomenon associated with jihadism and other forms of violent extremism. Now we have more than 30 years of jihadism in the West. And this history of this phenomenon has showed in a very clear way that the phenomenon manifests itself in ebbs and flows, as other speakers have already mentioned before. After the proclamation of the caliphate, we had this very dramatic wave approximately between 2015 to 2017, symbolically marked by the Charlie Hebdo attacks in January 2015, and probably the Barcelona Cambrils attacks in August 2017. And after 2017, everybody has noted a reduction in the level of the threat. And this is particularly true if we look at the number of deaths, fortunately. But I think it's quite important to have in mind that if we look at the number of attacks in the West and in Europe, this decline is not so clear. Because, for example, I help build and update an original database for George Washington University. Based on our original data, we had obviously a peak in the number of attacks in 2017. According to our data, 26 attacks in the West, so Europe and North America, and then a low in 2019, but then another quite surprising peak in 2020. Quite surprising, especially if we think that that year was the year of the pandemic. Many European and Western countries were facing very harsh or quite harsh lockdown measures, so not so obvious that this peak took place in 2020. And probably an important reason of this new peak in 2020 was a dynamic of emulation, especially at the end of that year, that we have seen in France and in other countries. Based on our data and many other indication, we have the confirmation that there is a decline in the lethality of attacks, but not in the number of attacks, even in Europe. And there is an increasing tendency to have so-called post-organizational jihadist scenes in terms of terrorism, because, as we know probably, everybody is familiar with this topic, the threat is increasingly a threat posed by lone actors and, in very rare cases, very small independent cells. This does not mean that, as I said before, after this dramatic and very visible process of real terrorist violence, there is not a broader process of networks, activity, etc. But this tendency has become clearer and clearer in recent years. So most of the attacks, especially after 2017, were carried out by lone actors, usually quite young people, but not very young. Around the median age is 28, according to our data. Usually male attackers, very few exceptions of women directly engaged in terrorism. And as far as we know, obviously it's a complicated issue, but my feeling and the feeling of probably many or most scholars is that in this scenario, personal motivations have become, in many cases, maybe not in all cases, even more important than ideological drivers. And as many scholars have pointed out, a very important topic in this scenario, in my view, is the issue of mental health issues. In many cases of terrorism in the West and Europe in recent years, we have seen people who take action, who decided to carry out an attack and had mental health issues. And this is an important topic that many scholars have already explored, but probably it deserves more attention, especially to understand the mechanism that leads a person with mental health issues to engage in terrorism. And according to available research, these characteristics is particularly associated with lone actors. So there are preliminary analyses that show that the prevalence of these characteristics is typical of lone actors, not of group-based terrorists, and probably deserves attention. Another quite well-known topic is the so-called terror crime nexus, phenomenon that I can see in my country as well, Italy, but it's obviously a very well-known phenomenon in different countries. So on the one hand, to conclude for this first intervention, we had a phenomenon that jihadism in the West and in Europe that, on the one hand, unfortunately, in my view, and probably in the view of most scholars, has become an established characteristic of our societies. Unfortunately, even when the jihadist terrorist threat is not so high, we know that unfortunately there are people who carry out activity in terms of propaganda, funding, networking, etc. On the one hand, obviously, it is a phenomenon that has changed over time with these ups and downs and many other changes. And to be very short, I think that to understand these changes, we have to look at both internal dynamics and external dynamics. Internal dynamics, I mean dynamics that take place within Europe or the West. And they now include even European triggering events. The issue of the Quran burnings in Sweden is an important topic, not only for Sweden and the Scandinavian countries, but for all European countries, I think. And we remember that the last attack in Brussels on the 16th of October was claimed by a Tunisian citizen with criminal background that mentioned precisely this topic, and obviously he targeted Swedish citizens. And obviously, as many other scholars, experts, including the speakers on the first panel, these internal dynamics are very important, and obviously, as Fernando, for example, mentioned before, it is still surprising to, in a way, surprising to, at least for an external observer, to look at these big differences among European countries. Countries which are, generally speaking, so similar, France and Italy, with a lot of similarity, that present a so different scenario in terms of the presence of jihadists, the scene, and especially the level of the threat. As an Italian researcher, obviously, one, maybe the biggest question I could or I should answer is why, for example, Italy has suffered so few attacks, even before 9/11 and after 9/11, and no lethal attack. While all our neighbors, unfortunately, have suffered lethal, sometimes very lethal attacks. So important to look at the differences between countries, and also at the subnational level, differences within countries, because we know that a lot, Ugo Migironi is an expert on these, many other experts have looked at differences between, territorial differences between different areas of the same country. Yes, the internet is very important, but we still see important territorial difference between different cities, even different neighborhoods in the same city, etc. To conclude, the second important driver of the changes in the evolution of jihadism, and in particular jihadist terrorism, is associated with external dynamics. And the history of jihadism in the West has taught us probably that all major waves were initiated by crises that took place outside of the West, or at most at the margins of the West, the Balkans, for example. So Afghanistan in the 80s, Bosnia in the 90s, so important to understand the rise of jihadism in my country, Italy, in particular in my city, Milan, and then Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria. So on the one hand, we have probably an European identity of jihadism, or Western identity of jihadism now, but probably external dynamics, crisis events are still very important to be able to initiate a new wave, a possible new wave of radicalization or even terrorism. And for this reason, too, I think it is very important to reflect on the potential impact of the Gaza-Israel war, even if it is not a global jihadist conflict. Obviously, there is not a global jihadist organization that plays a real role in that conflict. But as maybe we could speak later, obviously, as everybody knows, the risk of an increase in the process of radicalization and even terrorism is particularly high after the offensive led by Hamas and other Palestinian radical groups.
Muchísimas gracias, Francesco. Efectivamente.
Thank you very much, Francesco. Yes, we can undertake the Gazan aspect in a second round in a more brief way to see what the impact it'll have when it comes to threats and new violent radicalization within the European area. But we'll now give the floor to Manuel Torres, who, as I said earlier when I introduced him, I would like to ask you about everything related to the online aspect of all terrorist threats, which, as we know, well, the online world not only helps with spreading the message for terrorist and violent groups, but as we've seen, based on the analysis of some counter-terrorist operations, for the training of individuals who will lately become involved and undertake attacks. We mentioned in the first panel, in the first table round, the 17A attacks, even though in spite of having alt-cell members having been radicalized face-to-face, like IRL, which is something we don't see that often, but we really saw the amount of propaganda and material and training they received on their cell phones, on their mobile devices. And within a more general context, this online environment has also helped with the spreading of conspiracy theories and misinformation campaigns, which of course also have an impact on assessing threats. Manuel, you've got the floor, and we'll be delighted to hear what you have to say. Thank you very much, Carola.
Thank you very much to the Royal Institute Elcano to giving me the opportunity to participate in this forum, and more particular to my colleagues Carola, Alvaro Vicente, and Linares, and it's a real pleasure to share this panel with Joanna and Francesco. So the first thing we need to reflect upon, based on the question Carola has just asked me, if we look back 10 years ago regarding the situation of the use of new technologies and the persuasion actions towards radicalization, we have to say that the situation is more positive, because the tendency is usually to think everything's much worse. But in this particular setting, we must recognize that even though it was late, we did take the necessary measures so that all these activities projected by terrorist organizations and radicalized individuals in the virtual space are now subject to a pressure that has really reduced the presence of these, but also the use of this tool as a tool for recruitment. Of course, it's not a situation where this has been totally eradicated. We're never going to achieve that. But it is true that we have greatly weakened it thanks to all the measures that have been adopted. There's a paradox here, however. The turning point when it comes to, large platforms like YouTube, Facebook, Twitter started effectively expelling and banning the creation and distribution of these contents. It occurred not when they increased the number of individuals in charge of these tasks, because that would be unmanageable. Even if they hired hundreds of people like Facebook did, a quantity of radical contents published daily would make that useless. But the turning point occurred when all these platforms started using artificial intelligence tools to properly map and anticipate in an automated manner all these contents, so without having any human intervention. And this has allowed things such as, for example, today, if you try to post a video on YouTube created by the Islamic State, you're probably not even going to have the possibility of having it active for even a second, because the mere process of uploading the content, it's already been identified by looking at various databases with the hubs in the video and other tools that have been improving all the time. And AI has helped, as I said, to achieve that pressure against these terrorist organizations online. But what's the paradox? I believe that same artificial intelligence, now expressed through other types of developments, is going to lead in the coming years to a growing wave of terrorist propaganda online. I'm talking about tools based on AI, such as large language models, ChatGPT, and so on, are going to lead to certain changes. And they're going to really help spread the terrorist propaganda. First of all, translation of content. For a terrorist organization, it's always been a huge problem to localize and obtain services of people with these language skills that would allow their discourse to go beyond their nearest boundaries, and very often just the appearance of someone who could speak French or Spanish for an organization that only published in Arabic meant that they could start translating specific contents for that particular audience. Sometimes from the outside, we thought there was a strategic shift, and that group was now starting to look at that country, whereas they didn't in the past. And actually what we found later is that in the same way that these contents would appear in French, for example, and then it would disappear months later without really understanding why. And what had happened is that the person who had those skills would come and go in the same way, and the organization would lose that capability and also interest. And now with all these tools of automatic translation that are increasingly better and more accurate, terrorist organizations are going to be able to target the whole world, all languages, and not just in literal translations or text translations, but also as I imagine many of you have been able to look into these tools, even voice interpretation of videos. You're not just altering the lip movements so that it looks natural, but even in the same voice of the person that's being translated. So the appearance is perfect, and we're going to have the possibility of listening to Osama bin Laden or whomever speak in perfect Spanish, but with the same tone and the same voice and the nuances of their own voice. This is going to be extremely useful to distribute those terrorist contents. Graphic design. There are now tools which in just a few seconds can turn a text or a sentence into images. You could say, design someone with a hood looking into the fountain of Neptune with the following message. This is what you can expect. So describe it, and automatically you get a picture of that. Previously, for an organization to do that, they required a certain skill for using graphic design tools so it wouldn't look too amateur. And there was a small barrier. It wasn't impossible to surpass, but it was a small barrier. But now, with all these concentric filters within organizations, which just support the discourse, even if they're not connected, but now they have a great ease to fill the internet with updated, specific, threatening contents about any topic we can possibly imagine. And what worries me the most, when a few years ago, the Islamic State managed to mobilize and promote a wave of individual terrorist attacks, which was wrongly called as a lone wolf, because there were bonds with the organization. But the propaganda of the Islamic State, they were saying that it had very accessible language, the graphic image really engaged that audience. They were encouraging people to take a knife and go out in the street, or stab someone wearing a uniform or grab a vehicle. So that was the explanation. There was a call from the organization, and some people reacted to that call, but it was rather more complex because Al-Qaeda had already done that in the Arabic Peninsula, and they didn't achieve their objectives. What the Islamic State contributed was something called the virtual intimacy. So the person not just consumed the contents, but there's someone who has received that through a text messaging device, and they say, what do you think about this? And then you start seeing people's will to become martyrs, and they're encouraged. And this could be done by people from thousands of miles away. From Sydney, for example, when they came from the front, they could continue interacting with people, for example, in France, and they were speculating. They were using Telegram, for example, for chat. And these chats through humans who didn't know each other previously were decisive to convince people to commit these attacks. And now we have ChatGPT. So all of this now takes place in an automated manner, ceaselessly, anytime, with whatever extension desired by the person who is generating it, and you can create conversational artificial intelligence tools that have been fed with a corpus or a body of a discourse. So we could dump in a chat GPT tool all the ideology and doctrine of the Islamic State and Al-Qaeda. So I can reply with a conviction and a sound argument, which will be far more powerful than any online recruiters. And it's there available for you at any time. Furthermore, you don't even need it has to make it in a text format. ChatGPT could also lead to conversations with avatars. And this is the latest of the innovations that I think are going to be used. The fact that we can find that the big major players are going to be digital avatars in the future. In other words, figures that have been created in an automated system that have these skills. They could be given the charisma or the look that you want, and this is not just useful to radicalize and recruit people, but also organizations such as the Islamic State, which since the death of Baghdadi has been trying to hide its leaders for security, operational security reasons. I could just say that it's a man, or maybe there's a text or an audio, but we never knew what they look like. But an organization like the Islamic State can have a digital avatar of their new caliph, which may not even exist, but then, it could go from terrorist leader to terrorist leader, and that's going to be the major spokesperson of that organization towards the world. And with all the capabilities that maybe a human being doesn't have, or without any of the limits or insecurity that many terrorist leaders have that lead them to refuse coming out on television, or they may make a mistake if I cite some specific law. That's not going to happen with all these virtual tools. And to finish, the challenge we are currently facing is precisely that make sure that there is no window of opportunity or impunity, which we had with social media on the internet a few years ago, where in the end all these groups managed to move without many problems and get the utmost out of a tool, which unfortunately it took us a few years to implement all the necessary measures so that it couldn't be used for malicious purposes. I know ChatGPT or whatever tool we want to mention is already aware that there is this malicious temptation by many different players, and these are not totally innocent tools. There are already limits, but we mustn't neglect the creativity of these authors to find all these gaps and to be able to manipulate tools that are going to be very good for society for other purposes, but which could be encouraging a new, which had been lost by the previous propaganda. So let's hope we take the adequate measures and we don't talk about a new golden era of terrorist propaganda and these new channels. Thank you very much, Manuel. And now we start with an optimist note, which is always very welcome in these forums. But as we've been progressing, we are very clear on the complexity of what we're talking about. And of course, the challenges facing law enforcement and the states to counteract all these advances in real time. Because we also know, as you've mentioned and highlighted at the end, the proven ability that terrorist organizations have to use the latest technologies available. So from the fixed camera and eternal discourses or speeches by bin Laden to what we've seen recently in the context of mobilization in Syria and the very powerful tools of the Islamic State. So we'll go back to that later on when we talk about Gaza, and we'll be rather more brief. Now, the third panelist in this second panel, Joana de Deus, as I was saying during her introduction, I would like to ask her about the geopolitical scenario, which is very complex, described in the first panel. I'm not going to go back to it, but how it has a direct impact on the threat and the current landscape of violent extremism and the terrorist threat in Europe at present. And perhaps we could also talk about the disinformation campaigns, and if you could also mention, please, issues related to financing. All of these external factors, how they're having an impact on the specific region of Western Europe. Thank you, Joanna. Whenever
be speaking in English, just because it's easier for me to follow on the conceptual part. I was listening all the panels this morning, and I was thinking how fast things are changing. In this case, I remember that we were at the beginning of October talking about threats. Hugo was also there. I don't know, Francesco was not there, but we were almost concluding that the jihadi threat was diminishing and far right was on the rise. And then a few weeks later, things happen. 7th of October happens. And the truth is, we have not learned fast enough. So 20 years ago, we had the first terrorist attack in Europe. The truth is, it was not 9/11 who triggered our attention to respond to the attack. So the lesson here was, until it touches us, we will do nothing. The problem is, we had several triggers across these last 20 years, and they were all signs. And I was listening to Beatriz, I was listening to Catherine, and I was thinking how westernized the response has been, and how we are profoundly trapped in a conceptual conundrum only with this eagerness to respond to the threat. And this is very important. Why? Because the threat was always there. But now the threat is much more visible. It looks like a flashing light in a control panel that you can see several red dots blinking. So Gaza and Israel were already there. The Sahel problems were already there. The MENA region problems were already there. There were already inside Europe terrorist attacks. However, they were under the national domain. The response was in the hands of the states. So I start with the very, very first point that I think it's absolutely crucial, and we have been forgetting over and over and over. How do we make it relevant enough to make this response robust? And this is important for several reasons, because if you look at how EU policy on counterterrorism has been developed and designed, you will see that it was always triggered by events, catastrophic events, because we have a natural inaction to react to things we cannot see. So we need to see people dying. We need to see the threat. What happens is we saw Madrid and London happening 2004, 2005, and then we had the subsequent attacks in Europe. Then we had an economic crisis, the second trigger. Then we have the migration crisis, the third trigger. And then we had a whole new phenomenon, disinformation. We had lone actors. We had all the new challenges that were not palpable, that were unknowns to the policy. And this has been quite a big problem in terms of the European Union. And I am talking about foreign influences and where we are in terms of the panorama of the challenge. I would like probably to highlight the ones that have more recently triggered the reaction, especially from the European Union, because I work on the side of the response. And I also work on the side of the threat. And curiously, we see that there was a lukewarm moment that actually is intrinsically linked to what happened in Gaza. Everyone knew they were preparing an attack. Everyone knew this could be happening. But this lukewarm effect that we have the tools to deal with this was very, 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 very twisting from the point of view that they didn't know that in any moment, for example, Hamas would perpetrate an attack similar to ISIS, for example. It was not on the configuration. It was not on the academic papers. It was not on the literature. And it happens that I work a lot on threats that you cannot see. And the first threat you could not see was the privatization of security and non-state actors, long before the Wagner, the appearance of Wagner as an actor. I was already doing a PhD thesis on how private actors were operating in Africa. It's not new. It's new today because communication is so much faster. It's not new. It's actually very old news. I'm sorry to tell you that. Then Russia and Ukraine. Tell me, there was an invasion in 2014. What was Europe's reaction to that? Oh, it's just an alert. Putin will never invade Ukraine. I was in Paris 3 days before the invasion of Ukraine, to the launch of the French presidency, and I remember to see people standing from the place where we were launching another topic that I will talk to you about, and in state of disbelief, as if this could not happen. But the signs were there. The signs were there. An interesting thing about, and how this, everything connects, how Sahel connects with Russia and Ukraine, how Hamas connects, because we are now in a permanent state of alert, that we are trying to respond at a pace that we cannot, because we do not understand the threat. And we are getting into something very, very dangerous, that is a conceptual conundrum of trying to put into boxes what cannot be boxed. And here I was listening to Beatriz, and I go to the Sahel very frequently because I'm the team leader for the prevention of extremism for the European Union. And even putting into a box the Sahel is absolutely being completely unconscious, ignorant about the Sahel. Niger has nothing to do with Gabon, for example, zero. And the southern neighborhood, what is that in terms of theoretical, conceptual definition, as if it was a backyard? It happens, it's a pretty tapestry of differences backyard. And we are now in Europe at a very critical moment where we are trying to diagnose or trying at least to look at this blinking panel, and we see we have to prioritize the response, prioritize the threat, and what happened on the 7th of October. Switch on, switch off the attention. Have you heard about Ukraine as much as you heard before? You have not. And this is a huge, major problem. Every time we switch on, switch off this button, we will forget that the other conflicts will still going on at their own pace, and we have not invested sufficiently on prevention. And this leads me to my last part. What connects all these items together? Money. And I have been researching over the last 2 years, it's practically the research that has been taking over my life, what the European Commission has labeled as undesirable foreign funding. Undesirable foreign funding is not terrorism financing. It's the financing of extremism and radicalization. We are talking about something that is very difficult to materialize. First, because it's not a crime. Secondly, because it's linked to the erosion of democratic values. It's linked to the erosion of public trust. And in the end, if you think well, it's indeed about the money. It's indeed about Russian money. It's indeed about Gulf countries' money. It's indeed about how money has been shaping not only the threat, but the response to the threat. And we are reaching a point where the invisible threats are so strong in terms of the geopolitical panorama that we have to be much more quicker to respond to that. And I would like to also, just to finish and to pick on what Manuel was saying. The element of disinformation and the online space came only as a catalyst to what was already there. And if you look, for example, at Ukraine, and now to what is happening in between Israel and Palestine, you will see that there is a common thread between them. That is the emotional dimension. Everything is linked to money and to emotional manipulation and emotional weaponization. Russia messed up quite hard with Europe's energy security, Europe's food security, and Europe's borders, weaponizing migration, especially with the event at the Belarusian border. And the same is happening now also in Israel and Gaza. If this precise event happened 25 years ago, it would be impossible to be looking and hearing in almost minute live what is happening everywhere. So the strength that disinformation has brought to this element, linked to the emotional dimension and the financial dimension, I believe it's now one of the biggest challenges that we have ahead in terms of counterterrorism and counter-extremism.
Muchísimas gracias, Joana. Sin duda.
Thank you very much, Joana. No doubt you're opening a door for a discussion or a debate on many issues that have emerged both in the first panel and now they've highlighted in this second panel, starting with this emotional dimension now of certain radicalization processes and this discussion, whether it's ideology or socialization, as we mentioned, and also the need, I would like to remember this message of continuing reflecting upon and working on in the absence of a peak of attacks, because indeed we need to detect those trends that are there, but at certain moments of a lot of pressure of attacks that they are neglected. And this leads me to reflect upon the fact that it's not just a vector of the threat or a trend eliminates another one. They aggregate, they accumulate, and these very complex scenarios that we need to work on. And to this first idea, I would say we don't just have to reflect upon this like we're doing today, but we also need to maintain our abilities, which were developed at the time when there is a peaks of terrorist attacks, not just when you turn it off and then neglect this, because at some point this threats will reemerge, as we've seen in Europe. And these skills or competencies are essential to be able to counteract. And now this second turn will be far briefer and now focusing especially on Gaza. Perhaps, Joana, you've already referred to Gaza, so perhaps you could talk about the European policies, something you've worked on very much. But I would ask Francesco and Manuel to be very, very brief and talk about the impact on Gaza on each one of these issues, and remind the audience that you may ask questions. There's a roving microphone, and those of you following us online, we'll be able to collect your questions through email so that we can extend this conversation to the rest of the audience.
On the one hand, it is obvious that this war has, or at least can have, an impact on jihadism even in the West and Europe. We saw these attacks in Arras on the 13th of October, in Brussels on the 16th of October, even if the direct link with the conflict was not so clear in those two cases, at least in the second case in Brussels. I think as a researcher, it is very important to try to understand the mechanism of this impact. Because obviously the conflict between Israel and the Hamas and the other Palestinian groups is not a global jihadist conflict. So far, there has not been any significant role for global jihadist organization. They do not have an important presence in Israel and in the Palestinian territories. On the one hand, we saw that, for example, in the official statements of this global jihadist organization, on the one hand, obviously there was an opportunity to capitalize on this war. And for example, Al-Qaeda and its regional branches were very ready to react to this war. But on the other hand, it's not their war. So for example, Al-Qaeda did not mention Hamas for this propaganda strategy that they do not mention Hamas. At most they mentioned the Al-Qassam brigades. And it is an old strategy because obviously the relationship between Al-Qaeda and Hamas has become even more difficult after Hamas decided to participate in the political elections in 2006. As it was said before, the Islamic State waited for some days to react. The first important reaction was in Al-Naba, the notorious weekly bulletin of the Islamic State on the 19th of October, with this editorial outlining practical methods to fight the Jews. So on the one hand, obviously they are very ready to capitalize on the conflicts. On the other hand, it's not, at least so far, their own conflict. They have very, very bad relation with Hamas for ideological reasons, Muslim Brotherhood route, for strategic reasons, refusal to participate in politics, like Hamas, refuse to adopt a nationalistic agenda, like Hamas, and obviously important difference in terms of alliances. We know that Hamas is an ally, or at least a partner of Iran and Hezbollah, while especially the Islamic State is particularly vehement in its struggle against the so-called Rafida, the Shia people. Nonetheless, there have been opportunities to incite violence, even in these statements. These are at the organizational level, which is, in my view, the most important level to understand terrorism and maybe jihadism in the West. Many scholars have identified an organizational group level, an individual level, societal level. In my view, the group organizational level is the most important to understand jihadism. For example, it is the most important to understand the different levels of radicalization among quite similar countries, France and Italy, or something like that. At the individual level, it is obvious to say that this conflict has created very deep negative feelings in a lot of people, including a lot of Muslim people. So feeling of anger, feeling of frustration, feeling of a sense of revenge. Obviously, we know that the vast majority of these people who have this feeling will not take action in any way. But obviously, if this number of people is becoming grower, the risk is higher. Finally, a societal dynamic Our societies in Europe and in North America are very polarized, are increasingly polarized, long before the offensive led by Hamas. And obviously this conflict risks fueling other dynamics of polarization. We have seen something quite worrisome in London some days ago with this clashes carried out by right-wing extremists during a pro-Palestine manifestation. So there is the risk of cumulative extremism, reciprocal radicalization, as it is called by scholars and experts, this tendency, this dynamic to reinforce other forms of violent extremism, including jihadism and right-wing extremism. Finally, not so original, but still very important to me, to emphasize once again the fact that this conflict obviously makes the Jewish and Israeli targets even more important, including in Europe. And anti-Semitism is obviously very old phenomenon in Europe, but we have now a lot of indication of a very worrisome increase in anti-Semitism in Europe. And I don't want to establish too rigid comparison with the past. But in my mind, it is still important to think that this big wave of jihadist terrorism that symbolically started with the Charlie Hebdo attacks in Paris in January 2015, in some way, it was anticipated by at least two very important anti-Semitic attacks in Toulouse on a school with children killed by Mohammed Merah in 2012, and in 2014, just a few weeks before the proclamation of the Caliphate, with the attack on the Jewish Museum of Belgium in central Brussels. To conclude, anti-Semitism is also a very worrisome aspect of the current situation of jihadism, because it is a cross-cutting thing. It is a topic that could attract people who are not already jihadists. It is not just a jihadist topic. And in this way, it is quite similar to another cross-cutting topic that I mentioned before, the issue of blasphemy, from the Muhammad cartoons, Charlie Hebdo, to the desecration of the Quran in the Scandinavian countries. Once again, a cross-cutting topic that could attract people who are not full-fledged jihadists. And just to conclude, I heard about some statements, declaration by nonviolent Islamists on this conflict, on the Israeli military counteroffensive, that are worrisome because it is a topic that could attract tension and even commitment from people who are not already part of the jihadist scene.
Thank you very much, Manuel. I'll try to be as brief as possible. I think that the Gazan conflict will have a relevant impact on terrorist threats, but not as we expect it will. That is to say, at the end of the day, we all have a bias in which we try to extrapolate our own experience to what other people do. And I think that in this case, we are making a mistake insofar as what we're seeing that's been happening in Gaza. We were discussing what was happening in the Ukraine and some time earlier about our lockdowns. So we were wondering how this would have an impact on jihadist terrorism and the Taliban. But then we can see that by analyzing these groups' discourse, there are things we believe were key, but that aren't that relevant. And Gaza is has always been there. We don't have to convince jihadists that the Jewish people are evil and that they kill Palestinians every single day. They don't need any new images of atrocities against Muslims because they had already been seeing those images on a regular basis for decades. That just reinforces their beliefs. We're thinking of how it has an impact on people who not only were consuming brutalities in Palestine, but also in Chechnya and China. And their complaints is that people don't discuss this in the Western world. But this adds nothing to this world. And I agree that maybe what Francesco said is that maybe people who weren't in those circles because of frustration and rage, they might dive into consuming information that isn't within their regular habits, and they might run into jihadist messages. And I think that this can have an impact on something that might be more difficult to intuit, which is post-affiliation terrorism, or this concept which I'm very interested in the Anglo-Saxon world, which is mixes in clear and stable ideologies. That is to say, people who are involved in violent terrorism through a pastiche of ideas and calls that come from incompatible ideologies, even opposed, but there are a connection of ideological connectors which lead to this, and this makes sense. And this is a key aspect. And if we go back to what I said at the beginning of my original intervention, just like we had with jihadism, we've been doing a very good job, and we've clearly identified what the threat is. It's the Islamic State, it's jihadism, and what isn't. In the case of all these different ideological currents that come from fostering and fanning the flames of violence, we remain in the same place. So anti-Semitism as a call to violence is present in Telegram or many other social networks, and it's been there for a long time without any other issues. That is to say, the same determination that we applied against the Islamic State hasn't been thrust against other ideologies, and this is a wonderful situation for them to keep on expanding and galvanizing and fostering a community that had been existing for many years because we let it grow. And I think that this outbreak in terrorist violence might come from somewhere we didn't expect, and we find ourselves in a situation where we might have to apply solutions we already knew, but which weren't necessary for something that we hadn't been paying attention to. Thank you very much, Manuel. Very interesting comment, this last comment you made, which is completely aligned with one of the key conclusions we saw at a research conference we had at a European level, led by the European Commission and the RAND policy support, based on these new spaces where propaganda and messages remain. And they added the relevance of focusing on these content that are properly terrorist content, which remain within these lines, so border lines, and content which wasn't terrorist propaganda, which were entryway for new members to make their way to these new situations. Joanna, you've got the floor.
Things first, to start by saying that I'm not a specialist in the region. And I think this is important because I see a panoply of many commentators in every TV channels, and I think this has also contributed to not only to the normalization of violence for both sides, but also to a state of anesthesia that we should greatly counter. I can reply on on the EU response. At the beginning, as you all saw, it was very discoordinated, giving, again, strength to my argument that this is more and more and more an emotional battleground. The need to go immediately to the territory to give support, to give physical support, not only verbal support, but to give physical support, to pass this message that the pain was also felt in Europe, was quite evident, and I think it's also it has also been a trend, not only now with the recent events, but also happened in Ukraine, the emotional language that has been strategically used in several strategic communication memos in different cases. I would like to say that, again, I think anti-Semitism was also on the lukewarm pan, like boiling. Everyone knew and knows it's there. And I would say, it's side by side with Islamophobia, and this you can see it if you have a few minutes and try to go through Google Scholar or Google the panoply of what has been written about Islamophobia and then what has been written about anti-Semitism. It had a peak, and now you will see. I'm absolutely sure we will have a peak again on anti-Semitism. Research production. The problem here is that we are facing, and probably this is one of the few things I can say about the conflict, we are in the middle, we Europeans, citizens of the European Union, in the middle of a battle. Either you are with us or against us. And this is very complicated. We are seeing weekly public manifestations, both pro and against Palestine and Israel, and vice versa. And as Francesco was mentioning, even people who had no connection to violence at all may see in this emergence of this emotional battleground that is so vivid and so present, and brings images and cries and families that lost their dear family members to their house through the television or through the telephone. It's very personal, it's very immediate, and it's very overwhelming, I would say. And this will also shape how policy will respond. Until now, it's more or less as the United States have been responding. So the European Union obviously recognizes the right of Israel to defend itself, but trying to balance it with keeping humanitarian international law alive in the region, which has been extremely difficult. What are we seeing and we are doing very little about? This can have a regional, very dangerous spillover effect. So this conflict in particular has all the components, so all the signs are there. All the signs are there for nuclear emergence from the Iran side. We are seeing a huge destabilization of the Arab region, destabilization of borders, and securitization of audiences, speeches, and borders. So I think the signs are there. If anything happens in the meantime, it's not because it was not seen or not diagnosed. The problem is, whenever we go to respond, we respond with a plaster. It's like putting a rapid plaster when you have an open wound. It's like fixing a pneumothorax with a gauze. It's impossible. We need to invest immediately in prevention, proper diagnose, and to be bold enough to present measures and responses that are preventive instead of being reactive.
Thank you very much. I think that that is a very striking message. We have to invest in prevention. Prevention is key because at the end of the day, the challenges are very complex. So it's very important to remain steadfast in our will to invest and develop policies. We've run a little bit out of time, but I wouldn't like to at least answer one or two questions. I want very precise, very specific questions so that we can keep on go to our closing session. We've got an American guest who's logging on from the States. And well, thank you very much. If you could be as precise and as specific as possible when asking. I've got a very simple question. Wonderful comments. I came here to learn. That being said, there's something we barely mentioned, which is the influence of Netanyahu's government's policy on the government. So killing the Palestinian prime minister, Israeli, for having approved the agreements with the Palestinian and not allowing the creation of a Palestinian state, colonization of Palestinian land. This has brutally irritated the Muslim world, without which we can't understand its radicalization. Thank you very much. I think that we've talked a lot about this. Maybe if our speakers want to add something else, we might answer. Yes, no, if you'll allow me a minute to offer some thoughts and back, because it's very important for me what Joanna said when it came to prevention, because related to what our colleague said, we're all very worried. We're all terribly worried when it comes to this externalization of conflict. We're discussing how this can have an impact. This can have new outbreaks of violence outside of the Middle East, in Europe. But when it comes back to prevention, this is what scholars criticize, those of us who live in Northern Africa. Netanyahu, when has Netanyahu thought in their outlook of getting rid of the whole Hamas military structure with his military punishment, had he ever thought of prevention, the consequences of how his response can have an impact? To me, this is a key question as a critical security scholar, because I'm thankful that we've discussed Islamophobia, of course, because we're talking a lot about anti-Semitism, but the mistakes, the cumulative errors of current-day Europe by not accepting that our society models have changed. As soon as we accept that our models have changed, such as France, which will have to accept that they've changed, we might be able to think of new strategies for the Middle East, Northern Africa, and Sahel in the proper way. That's my criticism. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Beatriz. I'll give a few minutes to our speakers so that they can respond and answer to these two questions, and we'll wrap up our roundtable.
Yes, complicated questions. I'm not an expert on Israeli politics or the long Israeli-Palestinian conflict. My starting point is that as a non-expert on this area, there was clearly a reaction, very harsh reaction by the Israeli government, the Israeli military, probably an overreaction, and probably it is one or the most important objective of Hamas. For example, a few days ago, there was this interesting, very detailed article on the Washington Post that outlined the fact that based on Thank you. Yeah, I just mentioned this detailed article on the Washington Post by Warwick and another journalist that explained, based on important primary sources, that as far as we know, the most important objective of this vast-scale offensive was to lead to an Israeli overreaction. My starting point is that first we have the Hamas, we had the offensive led by Hamas, and then we had an overreaction. And I think that not only European countries, which unfortunately are not so influential in the area, and they have different policies on the area, or at least partially different policies and priorities on the area. But even the United States, with the Biden administration, have made it clear that there is the risk of humanitarian consequences, first of all, but also the political risk of the overreaction, the broadening of the conflict, etc. So this is what I can say from my limited knowledge of the complex dynamics of the conflict in Israel and Palestine.
Gracias, Francisco. Manuel, no sé si quieres reflexionar.
Thank you very much, Francisco. I don't know if you want to offer something. John, I think that Beatrice's question was specifically targeted towards you.
I was going to speak in Spanish. Bueno, lo puedo hacer. Sí.
Well, I can reply in Spanish. No? If you want, I can reply in Spanish. Yeah, well, the fact of the matter is that the Rome Treaty is based on a Judeo-Christian thought, which has changed a lot because the Rome Treaty was designed and drafted to respond to the end of a war, to a population which isn't what we have as of today, a different geopolitical situation that has changed. And the question here is not even if it's changed to better or worse, for better or for worse. The fact of the matter is that it's changed. We have to accept that there's a higher diversity of religion in Europe. There's more diversity of thought. There's a complete difference, and there's a linguistic wealth, and wealth of knowledge and opinions and lived experiences which have transformed and are transforming what we thought of as Europe. Europe, as it was thought of in the Rome Treaty. The problem is that in European policies, and when we talk with each member state, everything has changed country by country, and some countries have changed a little. Like Fernando said, the migratory situation has been completely different from the Muslim world and towards Europe. But the fact of the matter is that there isn't any homogeneity, and we cannot look for responses based on something that isn't a response anymore. If Europe were a person who could stand in front of a mirror, what they would see, they wouldn't see what the Rome Treaty says. Like Belgium says, I'm sorry, but
Es la realidad.
that's the fact of the matter. That's the way the cookie crumbles, and all responses have to bear in mind these changes, because if we do not accept that everything's changed, we will be fighting and we'll be throwing ourselves at knives at all times to try and find an answer for something that's completely different, something that exists no more. That's the problem. Please. Well, thank you very much to our speakers. Thank you very much, Manuel, for once again joining this forum. Thank you, Joanna and Francesco, for joining us and joining the Elcano Forum on Global Terrorism. It's been wonderful to chair this second roundtable, and now, without further ado, we'll have our closing remarks with my colleague Álvaro Vicente, our director, Charles Powell, and our last intervention. Thank you very much.
No, nos vamos.
No.
No sé si se me oye.
Can you hear me? Yes. Good afternoon. Let's very quickly have our closing statements. I'm Charles Powell, the director of the Elcano Royal Institute. And before letting Alberto Vicente have the floor, I will say hello and encourage a wonderful guest to join us, which has been waiting for some time, and given the time difference, I think she should start speaking as soon as possible.
Johnson for joining us from Washington, D.C. Hillary is la coordinadora.
Hillary is the Joint Coordinator for National Security for the Counterterrorism Office at the U.S. State Department in Washington, and she will offer some words.
I don't know whether you can hear me.
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much and welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me. Buenos dias.
Buenos dias. Adelante, please, go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Good morning from Arlington, Virginia, or Washington, D.C. Again, buenos dias. I was in Madrid just recently, and it is a beautiful city, and I wish I could be there in person with you all. Thank you so much for the kind introduction, and congratulations on the 10th anniversary of this important event. I'm glad to be here with this wonderful group today to close the Elcano Forum and share the U.S. perspective on the terrorist threat landscape and how the United States is working to improve our shared security. The global community has made significant strides over the last 20 years to counter the threats that we face from international terrorist groups. However, as we're reminded by Hamas's heinous attack on Israel, our work is not done. The terrorist threat is more diverse and complex than ever before, requiring creative thinking to address threats in a resource-constrained environment and with competing strategic priorities for all of us. I know you've discussed this at great length, but we'll continue to have a little discussion about the Israeli-Hamas conflict. Of course, Iran continues to be the world's foremost state sponsor of terrorism. And Iran-aligned militia groups have attacked U.S. personnel in Iraq and in Syria more than 50 times in the last month. Iranian proxy groups have plotted terrorist attacks and are working to establish footholds in Europe, South America, Africa, Southeast Asia, and even in the United States. In response to Hamas's heinous attack on Israel, the U.S. is leading international efforts to designate as terrorists Hamas leaders, facilitators, and related entities, countering its members' abilities to travel and move money. On Iran, in addition to sanctions on Iranian leaders, the U.S. convenes a law enforcement and counterterrorism financing working group on Hezbollah aimed at increasing information sharing and law enforcement actions on Hezbollah's fundraising activities. And I'm sure, as you've all discussed at this particular time, the increase in disinformation, hate speech, and calls for violence online against all sides, but also against Western democracies and democratic institutions, will be an even more significant challenge for us all to address together. ISIS also continues to be a serious threat. More than 9,000 detained ISIS fighters remain in the custody of the Syrian Democratic Forces, the highest concentration of detained terrorist fighters in the world. ISIS seeks to free these detainees while also seeking to radicalize and recruit from the approximately 50,000 displaced persons in Al-Hol and Al-Roj displaced persons camp, more than half of whom are children under the age of 12. The international community, particularly countries of origin, must repatriate their citizens in a timely and secure and humane manner. For those countries where repatriation is not possible, stabilization assistance is greatly needed to provide humanitarian support and improve security conditions in northeast Syria. This dire humanitarian and security crisis requires an immediate and collaborative approach, and we are working with many of you to improve the situation, but of course more help is needed. And turning to Africa, ISIS affiliates in that region pose a severe threat to local populations and foreign nationals through widespread violence, indiscriminate attacks, kidnapping for ransom, and other illicit activities. The two groups the United States is most focused on are Al-Shabaab and JNIM, both of which have expanded their reach and influence, undermining security in the region. We have aggressively invested in programs in East and West Africa to help our partners improve their capabilities to counter and diffuse violent extremist activity. We are also deeply concerned about the growth of ISIS affiliates on the continent, particularly in West Africa. And to address these threats, we're leveraging the auspices of the de-ISIS coalition. Just yesterday, my colleagues were in Cotonou, meeting with many of your colleagues for the de-ISIS coalition's Africa Focus Group, which seeks to improve CT assistance, coordination, and enhance civilian-led counterterrorism capabilities of African governments. We're also working with African partners to strengthen their counterterrorism capabilities through training and assistance. Turning to Afghanistan, since the Taliban took control of Afghanistan in 2021, we've noted an increased rise in instability and the potential for terrorist violence in the region. While al-Qaeda remains active, ISIS-Khorasan presents the greatest threat to the region, having both the capability to strike within and outside Afghanistan. And of course, to address this threat, we are also assisting our Central Asian partners in partnership with many of you to strengthen border security and bolster their counterterrorism capability. And lastly, as you've all discussed also here, we've seen the rise in what we call racially or ethnically motivated violent extremism, or REMV, with attacks throughout the world. In the wake of the Israel-Hamas conflict, we've seen a rise in anti-Semitic and Islamophobic attacks. To address this threat, we are working with partners to identify international connections between these REMV actors and groups, and we are also bringing together the global law enforcement community to discuss trends and ways to act against them. Again, REMV actors are dispersed, so they can express many different ideologies, but they're able to easily attract followers online. And again, disinformation and the increase in the use of AI will continue to be an area of focus for us. As the terrorist threat continues to evolve, our continued collaboration is key to our shared security. Let's keep discussions like this going so that we can share best practices and lessons learned. And by standing together, we will prevent terrorists and other bad actors from exploiting the scenes that tear us apart. Again, thank you for having me spend time today to speak with you. And I wish, again, I could be there in person. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Hilary, for joining us. And I hope to be able to see you in Madrid in person in the not too distant future. Thank you. And thank you again to the American Embassy, the US Embassy, for making this possible. Ahora voy a ceder la palabra.
I will now let Álvaro Vicente have the floor in these forums. As a director, I used to say that it would be very presumptuous on my part to want to wrap up, to summarize such a complex debate in a few minutes, but since Álvaro is much younger and much bolder, he will dare to brilliantly summarize what's been a really fascinating, very rich conversation in a few minutes. Álvaro, please, you've got the word. You've got the floor. Yes, no, in very few minutes, very briefly. I was thinking this morning's forum, when we started this year, Carol and Fernando were thinking about what should be the through line for this 10th Elcano Forum on global terrorism, and it would appear to be necessary to talk about the current state of the global jihadist movement and the threat. So we thought that it was very important to underscore this concept of the fourth evolutionary phase of global terrorism, which one way or another has been a through line in this debate. This morning when we started the debate, General Manuel Navarrete, the director of the FETG Center here in Madrid, said that it was a sawtooth. And our first roundtable, we talked about low and high times and the resiliency of global jihadism to endure. And this idea really challenges our trend towards keeping our hand on the pulse of the phenomenon and measuring its health based on an indicator, which is attacks. The first roundtable reminded us that jihadist organizations have a repertoire of nonviolent action. They have political action, and this is deployed when they implement these national insurgencies, and this is where we can see that they have an opportunistic nature of jihadism when they take advantage and they exploit structural weaknesses, local problems, and this led us to look at Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, as well as the Sahel area. And we've discussed out of these things, these local foci, which is lower, but this first panel, we discussed something that was important. When we talk about national agendas, this is fragile and it's relative, but in these relative aspects, when we discuss jihadist organizations that have control, they're also generating, Catherine mentioned, training camps where they keep their operational activities going. So that's something within national agendas in those areas is relative, and it's fragile because, as Hugo Micheron said, what we're seeing is that there's a deployment of several forces in some areas, some territories, and the deployment of an actor can have a destabilizing effect, a very strong destabilizing effect, which leads us to taking a look at Gaza, the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, which has, of course, has been a through line in this 10th edition of our forum on global terrorism. And here at Elcano, we've analyzed this, and maybe a more immediate analysis can lead us to the capacity of capitalizing on this and using this as a catalyst, as an emotional catalyst, and activating followers who were already members of Salafi jihadism and people who were not ascribed to it, but had found a way of channeling that feeling of grief, as Joanna mentioned. And if the first roundtable led us to think of that national agenda, that political agenda, and the second roundtable leads us to focusing on the threat and the operational capabilities of these organizations, which they're trying to deploy in Western Europe. The current state of the threat, the world we're living in, is influenced by lone wolves and small cells and mental health issues. And this, well, which is a general trend in the case of Spain, we've seen it very clearly and we want to underscore it. Spain has undergone three jihadist attacks in the last 5 years. They've been more or less forgotten, but all three were undertaken by lone wolves, and mental health is key to understanding how they've acted and why they've acted. And these lone wolves already existed when the caliphate was alive, and they can define today and tomorrow's threat. But our second roundtable, well, we heard of new elements, new aspects in these situation, and Manuel discussed the exploitation of artificial intelligence, what it brings to the table for jihadist organizations to power, to bolster their messages, to encourage people to take action. And we've also underscored how this has been emerging, and this is a debate that's very present in Europe, and how there's a new scene, a new radical extremist scene, in which there are several movements and ideologies, how this is heterogeneous, and this challenges how we can prevent and respond these activities in this second roundtable. And simply, it is evident that the Palestinian-Israeli conflict showcases the capability of jihadist organizations to recover their strength and take advantage of crisis, and to try that the threat they represent keeps on existing, and these local insurgents have a daily operation. And that leads me to wrapping up my conclusions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alvaro. As you've seen, not presumptuous at all, but very useful. Thank you very much for your efforts. And well, I was taught as a kid, when I started coordinating seminars, to stand in the way between an audience and their luncheon and its tool. So I'll be very brief, and I would like to thank four people. First, the Ortega Marañón Foundation for housing us today, and especially their General Director, Lucia Sala. This is a wonderful space, and for me, as a professor, it's wonderful. I stepped here for the first time when I was 23 years old, so 40 years ago. So whenever I come here, I get excited. So thank you very much, Lucia, and thank you very much, everyone at the Ortega Marañón Foundation, for your hospitality. Secondly, I would like to talk about my very dear friend, Fernando Reinares. Carola reminded us that she whispered that yes, this is the 10th forum, but it would be the 20th seminar of these like this that we've bolstered ever since from the Royal Elcano Institute. And I would like to say that Fernando has been the wind that's beneath our wings that has shaped these forums on global terrorism for the last 2 decades. So thank you very much, Fernando. Fernando is not only a first-rate academic, but he's also learned how to do something which many academics don't know how to do, and he's managed to create new teams, and Carol and Alvaro are, well, living proof of his capabilities. So thank you very much, Fernando. Third, I would like to thank our speakers, who, like Catherine, came from the States, others came from France, from Belgium, from Italy. It's always very difficult to travel to another country for a couple hours. I'm sure that they'd be delighted to have enough time to visit the Prado, the Thyssen, or Sorolla, which I always encourage, being that close to it.
For making this effort. Y por supuesto.
And of course, all of you. This event, these forums, these Elcano forums have had very loyal followers. I see many faces I recognize in our audience, and I'm not surprised, because year after year, the people who have designed this forum, in this case, especially Carol and Alvaro and Fernando, of course, managed to give it a different bias. They identify new subjects and through lines, and as you've seen this morning, we've talked about very interesting subjects. Sadly, there's never enough time, but there's something very good about this. And it's that I'm certain we'll see here next year. Thank you very much.